Welcome everyone, and I would like to begin this work session for the Salem City Council on the Sustainable Cities Initiative, Redevelopment Opportunities. And we have several staff here with us today, and I believe Glenn Gross is going to open and lead us in this work session. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Glenn Gross, Planning Administrator, and I do have the honor of introducing tonight's work session. This is the first of a series of meetings that we're going to be holding, and they're designed to inform the City Council about the recently completed University of Oregon Sustainable Cities Initiative projects. Tonight, we are presenting 4 projects, all of which share the common theme of redevelopment opportunities. You'll hear about potential uses, zoning, site constraints, and urban design. In order to make sure we get through all of the presentations, if you can, if it's possible, please hold your questions until the end. And so Lisa's going to start us off tonight talking about south of Mission.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Lisa Anderson-Ogilvie, and I'm from the Community Development Department, and I'm going to talk to you tonight about the South of Mission project.
I encourage you to speak right into the microphone.
Sure.
We don't
How's
seem
that?
to have very good speaker system unless you get your mouth pretty
Right
close
on it.
to that.
Okay, is that better? Thank you.
Better.
So for this project, we asked architectural graduate students to look at a portion of the new South Waterfront urban renewal area to see how it could be redeveloped in the future. Specifically, we asked them for design principles, mixed-use design concepts, and a summary of the constraints of the area. The study area that they looked at is outlined here in black and is bordered to the north by Mission and at the South Owen Street, to the east Liberty, and to the west Saginaw. And you can see it's just to the east or west of Bush Pasture Park and just south of us here at Civic Center and adjacent to the Willamette River. The students conducted extensive background studies through interviews of property owners, residents, patrons, and visitors. They looked at the history of the area, how it fits into the region, what our community profile is, the existing zoning and transportation of the area, environmental constraints and opportunities, and existing building conditions. The students' vision was to create a vibrant neighborhood within Salem by introducing 5 goals. The first goal was to make the area distinct by addressing the history and culture of the area and the relationship of the buildings to each other. To make it connected by connecting Bush Park to the riverfront, connecting existing areas to each other, and connecting the entire area to downtown. To make it walkable by adding street trees and curb extensions and putting new parking areas in the back of the buildings. By making it mixed use by combining where you live, work, and shop. And by making the area green by having layers of green spaces and using sustainable building materials and practices. The students provided us 2 design concepts that implement this vision. The first is the Grand Boulevard, and the second is known as incremental growth. And this one is the Grand Boulevard, which proposes a significant immediate alteration to the area by changing Commercial and Liberty Streets to 2-way traffic and expanding the right-of-way on Commercial Street to create a boulevard, as shown here. This photo is a little hard to see, but this would be the building here on the side. And you can see there's sidewalks, on-street parking, travel lanes in both directions, a dedicated public transportation lane, and more on-street parking and pedestrian access. The idea is to allow for expanded public transportation infrastructure to create a new distinct location that bridges the gap between downtown and South Salem. This would concentrate the commercial uses along the boulevard and would protect the adjacent historic neighborhoods. This area would become a destination instead of a commuter zone. This concept also focuses on a strong connection between Bush Park and the riverfront along Bush Street, a linear park in the middle of Bush Street, shown here in the upper left corner, right here, would connect Bush Park to the Willamette River and Minto Brown Island via a bridge. The upper right picture shows a student's conceptual bridge, so this would be at the end of Bush Street, and you can see a bridge that would connect over the existing railroad right-of-way down to the river. And the bottom photos show how the space could be used by patrons and residents. In contrast to the Grand Boulevard concept, the incremental growth design concept allows for a natural progression of development over time. This diagram shows how new development, shown in green, would slowly implement the vision for the area. The 3 major goals are to create a pedestrian streetscape, to connect north to downtown, and to establish a network of green space. Like the Grand Boulevard design, this design also includes a Bush Street connection between Bush Park and the river. And this design would include medians and landscaping to reinforce the green connectivity for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists. The students came up with some key conclusions, of which a few are shown here. The first is that infill is required to accommodate future growth. Development can be focused on Commercial Street to preserve the surrounding neighborhoods, and a green east-west link would help connect Bush Park to Minto Island. We want to look at the feasibility of these key conclusions and have budgeted for that work in the next year. Our first step will be to conduct outreach with property owners, business owners, residents, and the neighborhood association. The final outcome of this may be a design overlay similar to North Downtown, sorry. And next we have Cherie, who's going to present the North Waterfront to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Councilors. My name is Cherie Wargren, Downtown Revitalization Manager, and I work in the Urban Development Department. In February, you may recall, the Urban Renewal Agency Board adopted the Downtown Strategic Action Plan that laid out a sequence of activities and associated budget for the Riverfront Downtown Urban Renewal area. During the development of the Strategic Action Plan, the consultants identified 5 investment areas. That are shown on this map in front of you this evening. The Historic Core, Midtown, Riverfront Park, North Downtown, and North Waterfront within the Riverfront Downtown URA. It also shows you connections between key critical partners that we have: West Salem, the Capitol Mall, South Waterfront, and the Historic Downtown Core. When the city was selected by the University of Oregon for the Sustainable Cities Initiative, it was natural to identify the North Downtown as a project area in order to develop a comprehensive strategy for the city and Urban Renewal Agency, building on the work completed with Vision 2020 and the Downtown Strategic Action Plan. During the development of the Strategic Action Plan, the North Waterfront area was identified as an area constrained by the railroad on Front Street and uncertainty for the location of a third Willamette Bridge landing. In the North Industrial area, the zoning is mixed, and properties are bound by the Willamette River and Front Street. At-grade rail supports existing industrial use and runs down the middle of Front Street. The North Downtown Waterfront project is the area between the Willamette River and Broadway, north of Union, with the focus for redevelopment opportunities north of Railroad Bridge, including Stevens Manufacturing and Keith Brown. What we asked for: design concepts for opportunity sites, identify barriers, site constraints to redevelopment, and address impacts of proposed projects on adjacent areas. What we got that we didn't ask for, I wanted to share with you tonight, was an opportunity to introduce and showcase Salem to students from different parts of Oregon, United States, and other countries. This was really, really fun for us to be able to work with all the different students on these projects. We also had an opportunity to get out and connect with the North Downtown neighborhood. And we had an opportunity to hear the excitement and enthusiasm from people who do not live in Salem about all of our natural amenities and opportunities that we may not have recognized because we're so close to Salem. With an eye toward a 30-year planning horizon, students broke up North Downtown's large blocks with new east-west streets, moved the rail line to the west of Front Street with trees and traffic separation from pedestrians, and echoed Vision 2020 community feedback of enhancing amenities with bicycle, pedestrian, and other transportation connections. What they gave us: 5 urban design schemes, which included 12 building concepts. I'll show you a couple this evening, and there's a big, larger picture of one down in front of us. Support for the mixed income housing and support for the mobility study that you've approved. Visions for a brewery and YMCA. Oh.
Early education for the young.
Without messing. I just need to go back. I won't touch it. For me, looking at the screen, the project on the left is called The Growler. And that's a brew pub concept located in the heart of the proposed Riverfront Warehouse District. It would be a place that combines the presence of a historically significant Salem product with an entertainment hotspot. They basically visualize this at where Stevens Manufacturing is at the east end of the railroad bridge. Salem has a strong brewing history, and the growler would bring some of the history to the forefront while providing waterfront dining and drinking for the softball players at Wallace Marine Park. This project was proposed as part of a district that would focus on the strengths of local Salem production. It would be a home for art and furniture studios, print shops, markets, outdoor recreation centers, restaurants, wine bars, and breweries. Another student proposed a Pioneer Draft House in the same location. The project on the right was a YMCA. Again, in a similar location right on the water, 120,000 square feet, which they envisioned again as a gateway project at the east end of the historic railroad bridge along the Willamette River. They saw this project as a catalyst to incent other development in the area. In addition to these two, there was the concept of a 100-room extended stay hotel that they positioned on the north side of Marion Parkade to take advantage of the parking infrastructure that we have. And this was to accommodate the needs of people visiting the state capitol, softball tournaments, and the county. Amenities included a gym, a lap pool. Another concept was a Salem Railway Heritage Center located north of Division on Front. This was, I think, one of my favorites because it utilized the challenges of Front Street with the railroad. They had, you know, as a museum, they had the railway cars inside the museum, but again, because of the tracks being there, it sort of complemented that particular project concept because the barriers of the noise and the other issues with the railroad seemed to be challenging for all the other projects. And I really kind of like that concept. They had a Northwest Center, and this was another project that was supporting local food systems to promote local products, goods, and agriculture. The building design concept was to be a link between the rural producer and the urban consumer, offering education, recreational opportunities, as well as eat local restaurants. Two projects envisioned an educational facility along the Willamette River. The Willamette River Aquarium and Research Center, which is the visual that's in front of us here, was designed at the confluence of the Willamette River and Mill Creek. And this facility was including flexible exhibit space, viewing tanks, wet labs, classroom space, auditorium, and an outside tower that looked out over the natural resources that we have there. As this concept was being developed, one of the students contacted Oregon State University to investigate any interest that they may have in developing water research along the Willamette River and Mill Creek, and we're hoping maybe that interest will continue. There was also 3 housing projects, 2 multifamily projects, 1 senior and mixed income, and 1 for-sale housing project that came out of this. Where we go from here? You've already supported and we're moving forward with the mobility study. We're moving forward with the housing investment strategy that will again continue to provide us information and data to help us locate the best locations for housing and other opportunities. And again, we hope to continue discussions with OSU and other partners. The other project I want to touch on briefly was the North Downtown project for city growth and design. In addition to the work that was completed through the fall-winter architectural courses that I just shared with you, we also chose the O'Brien site for additional research for North Downtown. The O'Brien site is located at the 700 block of Liberty, Northeast and Commercial. It is 16 tax lots that comprise approximately 4 acres in size. The site is located within a quarter mile of the historic downtown shopping district, the 23-acre riverfront park and Union Street Railroad bike and pedestrian bridge. It has easy access to Marion Parkade, and it's a half-mile from the Capitol Mall. The site is under lease by Mike O'Brien out of Bellevue with an option to purchase. It is zoned Central Business District, base zone with general retail office district overlay. The students evaluated the existing plans that have been developed over the years for this area in addition to the zoning requirements. The redevelopment challenges for the site due to its location at Division Commercial Liberty, where the streets change from one-way to two-way, make the access difficult for vehicular and pedestrians in that area. what we asked for. A 20-40-year vision for the O'Brien properties that takes into consideration existing conditions and to identify barriers to redevelopment. What they gave us was 5 conceptual plans based on the following goals, and they're probably going to sound familiar to some of you because they align themselves with Vision 2020 to provide places for people to live downtown, provide vibrant destinations with places for people to gather, promote sustainable transportation, and encourage revitalization with coordinated regulations and designs. Here's some of the conceptual ideas that they gave us. And it was interesting because that particular site was seen from everyone, the first North Waterfront Project students and the O'Brien Site Project students. There was a common theme for the challenges that were identified, traffic circulation, which I have to say, you know, the consultants for the Downtown Strategic Action Plan, the North Waterfront, O'Brien sites clearly support moving forward with that mobility study, and staff really appreciate your support for that. And the other thing that just was the common theme over and over again was housing. A mixed income of housing, not really low income, but a mix of incomes with affordable. And again, you know, that aligns itself with what came out of the Downtown Strategic Action Plan with trying to find a way to do a critical mass of 800 units. And again, the circulation and the traffic all plays into that. So we're sequencing, you know, we're moving forward with the mobility study. We'll be following up with the housing investment strategy. So it's been really great to see the support for those were the right 2 projects to start with. Where we go from here, ongoing exploration for sustainable options for bike, pedestrian, and vehicular transportation between O'Brien sites and downtown. And we're going to move forward with the housing investment strategy and the mobility study. And I'm going to, Jill Corcoran is now coming up for North Gateway.
Good evening, Madam Chair, or Madam Mayor, use of the agency, and city councilors. Oops. I'm here to talk tonight about North Gateway's plan that the students worked on. I'm a project coordinator with Urban Development. I'm also the staff for the North Gateway Redevelopment Advisory Board. We asked them to give we had one particular site that has been vacant for many years, and we asked them to review the zoning to try to come up with a plan that would examine the site constraints, the research community needs, and review the transportation requirements. This particular site has the Rose Garden mixed-use zone on it. Back in 2001, the City Council had adopted a major zone change for all of Portland Road, as well as a couple of mixed-use areas and other comprehensive land use changes throughout the whole North Gateway area. That was after a lot of public input, work from the North Gateway Redevelopment Advisory Board, the neighborhood groups, and a subcommittee of the advisory board that examined things for, I think it was probably about 18 months or so quite an extensive process. This is the site. It's known as the Epping site, as well as 3350 Portland Road Northeast. It's about 14 acres in size. If you're standing on Portland Road looking in, there is public right-of-way right now. It is obviously not a very recent street. It does not attach to any other public right-of-way because at this moment it can't. It's landlocked. And then this would be if you're standing in the northeast section of the site looking out to Portland Road, kind of give you an idea of what is there. It's mostly in the area. There's a wide mix of industrial, housing, some housing, and commercial. To the east of the site, there's a lot of residential development. This is a better aerial that shows you that. Again, we're in North Salem, and Portland Road is along here. This is that right-of-way that I mentioned that kind of ends in the middle. It's Rose Garden. It used to be a Rose Garden motel many years ago. And then if you can't see too much of it, but this is Silverton Road. And hopefully you're familiar that Silverton and Portland Road eventually connect down there. It's located less than a mile from the Kroc Center, Bill Fry Drive, which would be located up over here. Easy access to I-5 if you go right up Portland Road, again within a mile. If you go south on Portland Road, you've got the Senior Center, Hollywood Station. That was another mixed-use zone area. That one had more design regulations on it than this site does, but it gives you an idea of building close to the street, having a little bit more density, good traffic flow, as well as having pedestrians feel welcome and safe to get in and out of there. To the east is what I mentioned, a lot of housing already developed, and down to the southeast there would be, within a mile again, the Oregon State Fairgrounds. They gave us two concepts. I also want to mention about this site, it is all owned by Larry and Jeanette Epping. There's many parcels there, but they own them all. There are two conceptual plans that the students gave us. They are both similar yet different. They both provide for residential and commercial development. They also provide for putting the anchor type stores or commercial part up against Portland Road to kind of buffer some of the sound and noise and have a transition into residential in the rear. The first one is an undergraduate proposal. And they had spent quite a bit of time on this, looking at a lot of different information in regards to the changing population in terms of age, types of households, the rental incomes, housing incomes, and so forth. So they did quite a bit of work on that. They felt that this was an opportunity site to strengthen appearances on Portland Road and to make a difference in that area. They also, one of the key things that they seemed to look at more so that was quite impressive to me is they took an overall map of the area and removed between Silverton and Portland Road and removed any streets that did not connect north-south. Very few. It's very hard to get north-south in that area, and particularly if you're walking or riding a bike, it's even longer because you have very long blocks between the two. So their idea was to, just to orient you, well, I guess this is not going to work very well. Over on, oh, here we go. On the left side here, this is Portland Road. And then they had, they did not quite follow the zone in that they had parking in the front, and technically the way the code stands, the building should be 10 feet from the street. And they had kind of a grand boulevard entrance in here. This is an open space area here. And all of this is residential throughout the area. Mostly rental, some single-family housing or townhouses was suggested. For connectivity, what they did, there is one lot that Mr. Epping owns that connects down to Highway. Highway runs from Portland over to Silverton Road, which would be well off of this map. And that, it's a vacant lot. It could probably be changed into right-of-way or a private drive to connect there. So that's one connectivity area that would be available to cars for fire engine safety and access from both sides. They also examined the residential area over here and found a couple of areas where some houses had very large side yards and thought there might be a possibility to negotiate an easement across this way, and then you have a lot of connectivity through different side streets here. Their thought was that would allow residents in this whole area, which you can recall from the earlier slide is quite substantial, to have access to the retail uses here in an easier fashion. That would be only for bikes and pedestrians. This one was a graduate proposal. They had a much more in-depth study of the area, also looked at all the census information that was available for it. They determined to have the buildings, the anchor tenants again up here. None of these were planned to be over 50,000. Most of them were 25,000 square feet or less. Have access into the area. They had the parking in the back here in general. And then as you come into these areas, you would have a large green space that could be used for various events. They thought possibly some food carts or some small types of cart sale things going on there. It was kind of interesting in that they set it up so that you could You could grow up here and build a business in one of your live-work units, which they had some smaller ones and some larger ones. So as your business grew, you could go into a larger space, and maybe one day you'd take over one of the anchor spots here. And then as your personal life changed, if you married and had married, you'd go maybe into a larger apartment, and if you had a family and so forth, and a house. And then these, they surmise, would be elderly housing. So you can grow up and retire there. They also had a lot more items in terms of making the area green by having on-site photovoltaic availability, having a zip car, which is a car that people can share, and so forth. So where do we go from here? Well, the advisory board, the neighborhood association, the site owner, and the broker, the property is for sale. The broker have been having a lot of discussions. It sparked a lot of interest in the site, what could be done, what might be done, what maybe someone doesn't want to have done. To summarize too, the city has no plans for this site. I need to remind you that the North Gateway Revitalization Advisory Board about over a year ago had reviewed their budgets, and they determined that the most important thing for them to focus on was Phase 2 of the Portland Road Improvement Project. You may recall, or you may not know the history, but Phase 2 was stalled once a major employer left the area and tax increment dropped drastically. So following this, that's still their number one goal. They would basically need all the funds that are left available for them to get bonding on to build Phase 2. So I will now turn this over to Annie Gorski, and she will talk about West Salem.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Annie Gorski. I'm a project manager in urban development, and this is the last project that we'll focus on this evening, and then we'll leave some time for questions. So I'm going to talk just briefly about West Salem. This was another one of the projects that we asked the students to look at. Just to orient you, this is located in our West Salem urban renewal area, and the area is bound by Rosemont Street, here where Oak Hills Mall is, generally to the southwest, includes 2nd Street down to Girth Street. It's shown in the aerial as green grass, but this is now where the dialysis center is located. So that's Girth, and then down to Edgewater, here and back. We asked the students to look at this area in particular because this is a focus of the Edgewater 2nd Street Redevelopment Action Plan. The action plan is something that the agency adopted last year and focuses the urban renewal area investments over the next 3 to 5 years. So again, we were targeting and asking them for help that aligned with current initiatives. Just a little bit more background. Generally, the zoning in the area is commercial residential. In particular on 2nd Street, the zoning is residential on the south side of the street, or rather on the north side of the street, and commercial residential on the south side. So what the students asked, or what they gave us, and I should just back up briefly, we asked them to focus particular attention on property acquisition sites, or properties where there may be some opportunity for future acquisition. And we were looking forward to a bond, urban renewal area bond, in fiscal year 12-13, and thinking we may have some funding available to acquire and assemble properties, and needed some direction to do that. What the theme that you've probably heard in the presentation is that the students generally gave us more than we asked for, and this is consistent with that. Rather than looking at specific sites, they looked at the entire corridor and came up, I think they had fun doing this, came up with some specific concepts, design concepts, and those two included green streets. And that focus, you'll see down here at the bottom, this is a phasing plan. They were proposing this in conjunction with the Green Streets concept. And the concept would be that the commercial uses would be focused on the nodes at the intersections, and the interior of those blocks would include mixed use, but also some significant or intensive planting, tree planting, stormwater planters along the street section, and along the sidewalk. The second concept was, and I'll show you a picture in the next slide, focused on a clock tower, a significant feature that they thought would draw attention to the area and would be, in turn, a public gathering space for public markets and other gathering. So here on the left is a rendering showing the clock tower. Their feeling was that the area needed an identity of sorts, and that the commercial activity, they thought there was some significant activity already in the Kingwood area adjacent to Annette's Diner, and thought that something in that location that had some height would maybe allow you to climb up, view the river, and see your connection to downtown, and have some green space adjacent to it would help spur redevelopment in the area. The other two images there show some other ideas that the students suggested. The one on the top is a public market or gathering space. This is consistent with recommendations in our action plan. If you recall, our consultant focused again on Kingwood, that side street adjacent to Annette's, as a potential location. We have yet to explore that further, but that's been a recommendation. The other concept here is a stormwater planter in conjunction with the bulb outs, and this is something we're moving forward with on 2nd Street, and we'll be bringing designs back to share with you. So we're moving forward. Where do we go from here? The timing of this project was, I think, really good for us, good timing, given that we were in discussions at the time the students started in designing 2nd Street. So we were able to incorporate at least the stormwater planter into the concept, and we're reviewing that now. The other piece of that is that, and we will continue to look at that, I should say, for Edgewater as well. In terms of some of the other recommendations, like the clock tower, they do require further study, and I think that, as well as looking at other opportunity sites, do require likely some kind of master plan that helps us visualize how all of these pieces are connected in the URA. So with that, I will open it up for questions, and we're all sitting here at the table and can take any questions that you have.
Okay, are there counselors with questions? Yes, Councillor Clem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nice job, all of you. And I don't know if any of the students are here tonight to congratulate, but wow, I hope they get word that I think we're all pretty impressed. Specifically, West Salem. Annie, did they identify any sites for acquisition, or did they sort of leave that general, or I know that's a tough question, so.
We asked for that, but their recommendations were more general in nature. And the phasing plan, what you saw on the slide there earlier, was where they thought, they did think in terms of acquisition, that it would likely be prudent to start at the Rosemont end in looking at opportunities.
And then go.
And from Rosemont down to Girth.
Okay.
So, and given other activities that are happening in that area, that may make sense.
So start west and work east.
Correct.
And look at Kingwood as sort of the
focal point.
The focal point. Thank you very much.
Are there other questions? Yes, Councillor Dickey.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. That was really interesting. I'm kind of intrigued by how some of those proposals would be able to blend in with the neighborhoods that, especially the Portland Road one. I'm trying to kind of wrap my brain around that. But actually, my question is, I think for Cherie, when you talked about affordable housing and a mix of housing on the O'Brien site, could you just give kind of an idea? You said it wouldn't be low income, but what? Just a ballpark of what kind of housing that would be?
That's a really good question, and I can tell you what the discussions were when I went and listened to the students' presentation. With respect to senior housing, they, were hoping that it would be affordable with respect to have the rental rates be based on different income levels. So, again, to me, low income is possibly service enriched, where if you're going to stay there, you typically need some type of services in addition to the housing that you have. And that's really not what they visualized. They just visualized having the rental rates be a mix of rental rates, so people that were at 50, 60, 80% median family income and market would have an option. Does that answer your question?
Okay, Councillor Nanki?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In regards to the South Mission, we kept boulevarding Bush Street and moving him directly to the river. Is there really anything at the end where they run into the river? And does it go anywhere versus maneuvering them up more towards the park here? And
I think the students' idea would be that there would be connector trails from Riverfront to Mento, and that they could feed into that. But they didn't do a lot of feasibility as far as, actually, going across the railroad tracks and what it would look like once you got down. There's quite a slope there, too. They just noted that those were issues and left
even
it
once
at
you
that.
kind of get to commercial, then, we have the bike path, I think, runs all the way through there as far as connecting down, just coming by here and
Yes.
cruising into the park. Then you go the new bridge
Yes.
to Minto.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Any further questions, comments from councilors? All right, then I will adjourn this work session and we'll prepare for our Salem City Council meeting. Thank you.
Did I forget something? Do I need to prepare?
No?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Salem Housing Authority for June 13th. If the recorder will please call a roll.
Commissioner Tessler? Present. Commissioner Nanki?
Here.
Commissioner Clausen?
Here.
Commissioner Dickey? Here. Commissioner Thomas? Here. Commissioner Cannon?
Yes.
Commissioner Clem?
Here.
Commissioner Barco is absent. And Chair Bennett?
Here. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have no one signed up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to talk with the Salem Housing Authority? Can you see? Okay. Councilor Tessler, I need a motion on the consent calendar.
Thank you. I would be pleased to make that motion. I will move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Second by Thomas. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. We have one information report. Mr. Wales, would you like to highlight any part of the information report?
Well, thank you. For the record, I'm John Wales. I'm the director of the Urban Development Department, and unfortunately tonight Andy Wilch is ill, and I'm filling in for him. But Andy did have two items that he asked me to pass along to you tonight, and I think many of you have probably seen the communication that Linda Norris put out on Friday in her weekly minutes about two awards or grants that the Housing Authority has just received. And I just want to take a minute just to share with the public that we have received those. First is for $28,000, and it is a grant from the Oregon Housing Community Services agency. And what it is a grant to help train our property asset managers in best practices, and a partnership with the Housing Authority. And why this is significant, the timing of this is so good. As you recall, we just have reorganized our asset management function within Housing Authority, and this program is very timely in order to keep our property managers in tow and trained so that we can manage these facilities with the best return. The second item, a grant that we received notice last week, was from the Housing and Urban Development Department, specifically the Family Unification Program for rental assistance vouchers. And this was a grant in the amount of $529,284. And it is a grant that has a designated focus with it, and it is used to provide up to 100 vouchers for children in need to be kept out of foster care programs. And what this means is that families that whose housing needs are at a level where their children may be or have been removed or have been taken out of their situation, in some cases homeless children, are being given this opportunity for housing, for voucher assistance. So again, in a time when we've had difficult news about the Housing Authority and HUD, we've got almost $500,000 to address this targeted need in our population. So we wanted to share that with you. It's positive news. It's nice to be able to share good things when they happen, and we wanted to do that tonight.
Great. Does anyone have any questions? All right. Well, okay. Excuse me, you keep moving there. I wasn't sure. Good. Well, thank you very much, and please give our best to Mr. Welch and get well soon, and congratulations to him and his staff on a successful grant applications. That's very good. Is there anything else to come before the Housing Authority? If not, without objection, we're adjourned.
Good evening. The Urban Renewal Agency meeting of June 13, 2011 is now in session. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Bennett.
Here.
Board Member Tesler. Present. Board Member Nanke.
Here.
Board Member Clausen.
Here.
Board Member Dickey. Here. Board Member Thomas. Here. Board Member Cannon.
Yes.
Board Member Clem.
Here.
Chair Peterson.
Present. Okay, our first agenda item is reports of boards, commissions, and committees. Board Member Bennett, would you like to make a motion regarding accepting the fiscal year 2009-2010 audit?
Madam Mayor, I move the Urban Renewal Agency accept the 2009-2010 audit of the Urban Renewal Agency of Salem.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Bennett and seconded by Board Member Nanke to accept the audit report. Is there any discussion? Yes, Councillor Nanke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That audit report is now landing on your desk so that you can, in fact, accept it.
Coming around. It is. Okay.
And just to mention that the audits were clean, and there was no recommendations from our auditor.
All
So.
right. Thank you, Councillor Nanke. Councillor Cannon.
Does the maker of the motion include all of the audits?
Just the Urban Renewal Agency at this
I
point.
see.
Thank you.
You're correct. I'm an heir. I'm one step
Right.
ahead.
Sorry.
You're trying to,
I wanna go
good for
fast,
you. We
yeah.
want to go fast, so everyone who's here tonight has come to testify. We want to make sure that there's time for all of you. So, all right. All right, there's been a motion, and all those in favor of the motion to accept, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and those opposed say nay. The motion passes unanimously. I see that we have no one signed up tonight for public comment on the urban renewal agenda. Board Member Bennett, would you like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Board Member Bennett moved that we accept the consent calendar and was seconded by Board Member Tesler. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. I see from the agenda that we have no unfinished business this evening. We have one public hearing. The public hearing regarding fiscal year 2011-2012 Salem Urban Renewal Agency budget is now open. Will the recorder please introduce it?
The Urban Renewal Agency Board will now hold a public hearing to receive testimony regarding the budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2011, as approved by the Urban Renewal Agency Budget Committee.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor. Kelly Jacobs is going to be giving the staff report. She's going to be helping us with the budget items tonight. This is our budget officer's son is graduating from college, and so she's not here. And Kelly, who had worked for years in our budget office, is stepping in.
Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. It is actually my pleasure to be an honorary member of the Budget Office this evening, and it's also my pleasure to assist you with the fiscal year 11-12 budget public hearings that are included with your evening's agendas. First up is the public hearing for the Urban Renewal Agency, and that's item 8A on the Urban Renewal meeting agenda. Consistent with Oregon budget law, the public hearing for the Urban Renewal Agency budget was noticed in the Statesman Journal on June 1st, 2011. The Urban Renewal Agency budget encompasses 4 funds: the Tax Allocation Bond Debt Fund, Tax Allocation Improvements or Construction Fund, the Salem Conference Center, and the Conference Center Gain Loss Reserve. The 4 funds equate to a total expenditure budget of $48,727,150. This recommended budget and any changes approved this evening by the agency board and any amendments of carryover projects or purchase orders will be presented to the agency board as a budget resolution for adoption on June 27th, 2011.
Are there any questions for staff? Yes, Councillor Clem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kelly, the Tax Allocation Bond Debt Fund, which is item A, I'll let you find that. It's got a total for all 8 areas of $12.5 million, right? Okay.
Correct.
I've got to ask this because folks may ask me, but the $701,000 from West Salem, is that a payment out of West Salem for other areas' bond debt, or is that, does that correspond with the Tax Allocation Improvement Fund for $1.4 million in item B?
And I'm going to need to defer to Mr. Wales. A year out of the budget office has placed me a little bit out of the loop on some of these details.
What's the $701,000 for, John? In the Tax Allocation Bond Debt Fund?
For West Salem?
West Salem, yeah.
Okay.
I don't need to know tonight, but
Okay.
I'd like to know so I can answer.
I'd need to check, but I can ask Renee. Renee, do you know? Yeah, we can. We do have that answer.
Yeah,
tonight.
okay,
Okay,
thanks.
we'll do that.
Yeah.
Good evening, Renee Frazier with Urban Development.
Good evening,
Those are
welcome.
thank you. Those are debt payments for short-term debt issuances only for West Salem. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, great.
All right. Are there further questions for staff? Okay. The public hearing is now closed.
Is there no public?
Oh. Oh, all right. Well, wait, no one signed up to speak at this portion of the meeting for the public hearing regarding the urban renewal budget. Is there anyone in the audience that came to speak about that this evening? Okay. Thank you. All right. The hearing is now closed. Councillor Member Bennett, would you like to make a motion regarding fiscal year 2011-12 Salem Urban Renewal Agency budget?
Madam Mayor, I move the staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Bennett and seconded by Board Member Cannon. Thank you. I'm sorry. Is that correct? I'm sorry. I wasn't.
I think I beat
watching.
Councilmember.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. And seconded by Board Member Cannon. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion to accept the financial report, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry. It's the budget.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Now can I say aye?
Let me restate that so that there's no confusion. All those in favor of accepting the budget for the urban renewal for the year 2011-2012?
Adopting the budget, did you say?
No, well now,
Madam Mayor, please.
is that adopting or accepting?
Madam Mayor, my motion is to accept the staff recommendation.
Oh, thank you. Board Member Bennett's motion was to accept the staff report, and it was seconded by Councillor Cannon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. I see that we have no unfinished business.
Close it up.
A public hearing.
We just do that, so you're through. No new business.
All right. We have no new business coming before the board this evening. Since there are no further items to discuss, we're adjourned.
2 out of 3. The other, this,
2 out of 3. We're on a roll. All right. We will now, the City Council meeting of June 13, 2011 is now in session. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Bennett?
Here.
Councillor Tessler? Present. Councillor Nanke?
Here.
Councillor Clausen?
Here.
Councillor Dickey? Here. Councillor Thomas? Here. Councillor Cannon?
Yes.
Councillor Clem?
Here.
Mayor Peterson?
Here. All right, our first agenda item this evening, is the report of boards, commissions, and committees, and we have special guests here this evening. And we have Laura Lesher, Chair of the Oregon Community Tree Association. And would you like to come forward? have worked so diligently in this area, and we appreciate your efforts and appreciate the fact that our city is being recognized for the hard work that you've all been doing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Our next order of business, Councillor Bennett, would you like to make a motion regarding the Finance Committee recommendations?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I move the City Council accept the recommendation from its Finance Committee. The recommendation is to accept the fiscal year 2009-10 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, accept the 2009-10 Federal Grant Compliance Report, and accept the 2009-10 Willamette Valley Public Safety Communications Center financial statements.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Cannon to accept the recommendation. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion to accept the recommendation say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Move to public comment, and this is comment, excuse me, on agenda items other than public hearings and deliberations, which have their own period of time in the agenda. So, all right, the first person signed up under this section is Dan Motley. Would you please approach the podium and introduce yourself and tell your, give your address or ward. You have 3 minutes to speak, and the red light will come on at the end of 2 minutes. Excuse me, the amber light at the end of 2 minutes, the red light at the end of 3. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councilpersons. My comment is on the comment, and that is, I hope that you will join me in agreeing that, or by agreeing that the public comment on agenda items other than public hearings and deliberations would be better placed if it had been number 2, so that there was an opportunity on the agenda for members of the public to address reports on the boards, commissions, committees, presentation by outside agencies, and such items as accepting financial committee reports, etc. There is, it's also under number 3 unclear, in my opine, that this is, item 3 is where the consent calendar would be addressed. I know that's what it intends. I've been told that's what it intends. I'm sorry, it's just not clear to me. I'm kind of dense when it comes to that. So that's my comment under public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Dan Motley, and I live in Ward 6.
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Motley?
No, that makes sense.
All right. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone signed up on the hearing roster to address item 8A, which has to do with approval of a major amendment to close Pringle Creek Urban Renewal Area. Consent calendar?
Right.
So they don't. So you can test it. A motion to approve.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the consent calendar.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Cannon to accept the consent calendar. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to accept say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion carried unanimously.
Council will now hold a public hearing for the purpose of considering a major amendment to the Pringle Creek Urban Renewal Area Plan to change the closing date from December 30th, 2011. The criteria that are applicable to the decision are contained in ORS Chapter 457 and the Pringle Creek Urban Renewal Area Plan. Failure to raise an issue in the hearing in person or by letter, or failure to provide statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes an appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. A similar failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Any participant may request an opportunity to present additional evidence, arguments, or testimony regarding the application. The City Council shall grant such request by continuing the public hearing or leaving the record open for additional written evidence, arguments, or testimony.
Thank you. And is there a staff report?
There is, Madam Mayor.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
It's my understanding that no one has signed up in this matter to give testimony.
That's correct.
In light of that, Madam Mayor, I would move at this time to include the staff report as part of the public record and to close the public record at this time.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Cannon and seconded by Councillor Clem to close the public hearing at this time. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Madam Mayor, at
Opposed?
this time, I would move that this matter be referred to council for second reading for enactment.
All right, we haven't voted on the first motion, so we vote on
Yeah, we
that
did.
first?
It was just to close the public hearing, now it's essentially staff recommendation, so, okay. Clem has a
Second.
Yes, all right. It's been moved and seconded to move this item to, for a second hearing.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just very briefly, I just wanted to make a comment about what a significant thing this is
Yeah,
to
first.
close the urban renewal area. And it's an area that has seen just considerable change since its inception, and just wanted to make a quick note about that.
And then it's the
Okay.
first one to close in the state of Oregon.
Councillor Bennett?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on it as well, Madam Mayor, just that this is the first closure of an urban renewal district in Salem, as I recall, one of the few that closes statewide. I just, as an aside, I was a resident of this urban renewal area before it was declared blighted and renewed. I was a student, and this used to be an area of substantial load of lower income housing and some moderate, and it really has been beautifully changed. The whole character of the area has changed. The one thing that is watching it over the years, I've been really encouraged by has been the addition of housing. A substantial amount of housing was lost in that urban renewal area and has been regained through, obviously, the Robert Lindsay Tower as well as 295 Church Street. And I thought that was a couple of things I was really glad to see.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Tessler, this is in your ward. Would you like to make a motion? Are we down there? Is that where we are?
We already did.
Yeah, already passed, we just moved.
Oh, all right.
But I'll move staff recommendation anyway because it is Ward 2.
My apologies.
I'll second that.
All right, apparently that motion would not be in order, so we will move on.
Hey, that's in the repairman.
Okay.
I'm in the repairman.
Out of order again.
Are you ready, Kelly? Kelly's ready. Excellent.
Just in case.
All right. We're now on to the public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2011-12 City of Salem budget, and the hearing is now open. Will the recorder please introduce it?
The Salem City Council will now hold a public hearing to receive testimony regarding the budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2011, as approved by the City of Salem Budget Committee.
And is there a staff report?
There is, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. The fiscal year 11-12 City of Salem budget hearing was appropriately noticed in the Statesman Journal on June 1st, 2011. The notice included detail regarding the $408,790,420 expenditure budget recommended by the Budget Committee. The budget hearing staff report, which is item 8B on the agenda, includes a detailed description of the changes to the city manager's proposed budget that were recommended by the Budget Committee on May 11th, as well as additional changes recommended by the city manager this evening. By way of introducing the fiscal year 11-12 City of Salem budget hearing, I would like to briefly review those recommendations with you. The first recommendation representing a change to the fiscal year 11-12 budget is enumerated as item 2 in the recommendations section of the staff report and provides for a $40,000 increase to the Community Development Department operating budget in order to complete additional neighborhood plans. Resources for this increase come from additional beginning fund balance. The second recommendation, representing an amendment to the budget, is a $14,390 increase to the Willamette Valley Communications Center Fund to recognize additional revenue anticipated from a change in service for 9/11 dispatch for the City of Sublimity. The increase in revenue is offset by a corresponding increase to the Willamette Valley Communications Center Fund unappropriated ending fund balance. The final recommendation representing a change to the budget includes 3 options for addressing the recommendation of the Budget Committee to reduce the Cultural and Tourism Fund budget, operating budget, by $100,000. The notation in the staff report indicates that options 1 and 2 were developed by the Cultural and Tourism Promotion Advisory Board. There is a typographical error in this notation. Options 1 and 3 were developed by the Cultural and Tourism Promotion Advisory Board. So just for clarity. Option 1 provides for restoration of the $100,000 expenditure reduction recommended by the Budget Committee with the exception of 2 grant projects which have been deemed ineligible for funding and equal $5,500. The net restoration to the operating budget would be $94,500. Option 2 provides for approval of the Budget Committee's recommendation to reduce the operating budget by $100,000 in accordance with the Advisory Board's recommendations for those reductions, which are included as the second attachment to the staff report. And Option 3 provides for allocating the $100,000 expenditure reduction according again to the Advisory Board's recommendations and reducing both revenue and contingency by $100,000. This evening, the City Council may deliberate the changes recommended by staff and any other changes you choose to make. The limitations included with that statement are property tax levies cannot be increased in total beyond the amount approved by the Budget Committee, and each fund's recommended budget cannot be increased by more than 10%. The result of your deliberation and decisions this evening will be returned to the City Council on June 27, 2011 in the form of a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 11-12 budget. Included with the resolution will be additional amendments recommended by staff representing carryover projects and purchase orders from fiscal year 10-11.
Thank you very much. And we have a number of people who've signed up to speak this evening, and I wanted to just let everyone know that each person has 3 minutes. The light on the podium, when you see the yellow light, you have 1 minute left, and the red light means that you've reached your 3 minutes. So we'll start on the list. And the first person is Loretta Miles. Please come to the podium and state your name and your address or ward. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Loretta Miles. I live at 549 18th Street Southeast, proudly in Ward 2. I am also a local business owner. I own Salem Cinema at 1127 Broadway Northeast, which I believe is in Mr. Bennett's ward. As you know, well, first of all, I'm here to represent Salem Film Festival and Salem Film Society. And as you know, our various art and cultural and heritage entities are solid investment in Salem. We enrich this community both by bringing visitors to our events and historical sites, as well as contributing to the happiness and well-being of our citizens. We help to make Salem a wonderful place to live and to visit. Most of us involved in the arts are driven by our particular passions, and we work tirelessly for very little, if any, compensation for what we do. At the end of the day, what we really want to know is that we, like you, our community leaders, have contributed to our community in a positive and meaningful way. I've spent some time researching national news releases regarding the current American trend in travel. References to Americans driving less were from 2008 and 2009 predominantly. Current indicators are that while we might travel less to faraway places by both air and auto, we will be driving more locally during the summer months to enjoy what is in our own backyards. Salem has a lot to offer, and we're here only to offer our services. And just yesterday, it was announced that for the third straight week, gas prices have dropped, breaking a 59-day trend of rising fuel costs. Based upon this, plus the fact that current TOT revenue is apparently up from that which was anticipated, I would urge you to hold firm and keep the current budget in place. The potential reduction of the budget by $100,000 is huge to some of the events that are currently scheduled for the coming months. The notion of reducing the budget seems to be based upon an imaginary scenario. There's no way to reliably foresee the future. And when all indicators are that this particular budget is solid and funded, I would ask that you remain as optimistic as those of us who host these events. We will do whatever it takes to contribute to the quality of life in Salem, but it also takes a continued commitment from Salem to ensure that we have the resources to make our contributions. I urge you to stick with option 1, and I thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Miles? All right, thank you. The next person signed up is Scott Snyder. And if you'll state your name and address, please.
Good evening. Scott Snyder. I'm the manager for the Grand Hotel 201 Liberty Southeast.
Scott, can you hold? Yeah, speak up into the microphone.
Scott Snyder. I manage the Grand Hotel at 201 Liberty Southeast, as well as chairperson for the Cultural Promotion Tourism Advisory Board. Good evening, Mayor Peterson and councilors. I would like to acknowledge the other members of our board in attendance tonight. I have Alice Morton, Virginia Green, Lola Hackett, and then Frank Howard could not make it this evening. On March 16th, the advisory board forwarded a very conservative budget with a 2% increase in TOT collections to the budget committee. I'm before you tonight to respond to the concerns expressed during the budget committee process and the resulting revised budget recommendations. In light of the lack of industry knowledge and a strong desire to not put the city manager in a difficult position, the budget committee's desire to be cautious is to be commended. I'm here to assure you that the local hotel outlook is very positive, as well as quote several sources that indicate the national trend is positive for our community's types of destinations. I have 3 recent articles that I would like to bring to your attention. Tripinfo.com on May 11th, Claire Bennett, Senior Vice President and General Manager for American Express Travel, said, "Most Americans will be enjoying their summer away from home this year, with many planning multiple vacations." This is terrific news for the travel industry. The article continues, "To make summer vacations more affordable this year, consumers are willing to sacrifice to save. These sacrifices include driving instead of flying and choosing less expensive destinations." Oregon Business on February 11th, Emma Hall, web editor, wrote, "With 2010's numbers showing such great improvement, industry professionals are optimistic about 2011. Steve Falstick, general manager for the Doubletree Hotel in Portland, was quoted as saying, "I'm just happy to wake up in the morning and have it be 2011, not 2009 or 10. Lastly, on April 12th of 2011, an article about the impact of gas prices on the tourism in Minnesota identified many of the similarities with a more regional tourist base as Salem has. One bullet point actually stresses, in fact, high gas prices may encourage Minnesotans and those from neighboring states to travel closer to home, which is beneficial for Minnesota tourism business. It goes on to identify ways that the state encourages tourism. Locally, Best Western Milk Creek Plus Inn is reporting an increase of 13% over last year's occupancy year to date. The Grand Hotel is enjoying an 11% increase in occupancy and a 12% increase in revenue. The Residence Inn is experiencing similar increases. All the data indicates that the original budget is extremely realistic and a responsible budgeting tool. The advisory board has two solutions, as Ms. Jacobs indicated. We would like to encourage you to entertain the information that's being shared and keep the original budget proposal intact with some very minor adjustments. If ultimately you choose to stay the course and reduce the budgeting revenue by $100,000, we have suggestions that will hold the organizations harmless in the strong likelihood that revenue comes in as originally anticipated. There is no doubt that the impact of reducing the $100,000 will very negatively impact the groups that we are identifying. And given the time frame that we're looking at, this is the only way that we could accommodate the Budget Committee's request. In closing, the advisory board is committed to aligning the grant application criteria and awards with the charter. We will be working with the city attorney and evaluating our application process. The impact that the grant recipients have on our community and tourism is very important, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snyder. Are there questions of council? All right, thank you very much for coming down. Okay, Amy Vandergreef. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. I'm Amy Vandergrift and I live at 1741 Douglas Avenue Southeast, and I'm in Councilman Nanke's ward. I have been the Executive Director of Marion County Historical Society, and one of the things that I realize is that cultural tourism is alive and well. We had a wonderful library that drew lots of people on a regular basis to do genealogy. It doesn't seem like much of a hobby, but it is a growing hobby all over. There are lots and lots of people, and we regularly get calls from people. We get people in, and the emails come, we answer them, and then people come to do the research here at our library. Not only do they stay and come at the Historical Society, which is now the Willamette Heritage Center's library, but they also use the City Library and the State Library, which are good sources for genealogy. So it's a continuing, growing kind of tourism in our area. The other thing I would like to say is one of the comments that I had heard was that the facilities operating grant had gone up this year. I want to remind you that one of the things that happened this last year was that Marion County Historical Society and Mission Mill merged, and we chose then to just put in one grant request, which means that the pie, instead of being divided 11 ways, is now divided 10 ways. And we are successful in our operation as two merged groups. We continue to grow, but I will tell you that this is a very important, and $5,000 doesn't sound like much, but it really is. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Thank you for coming down. Our next speaker is Josh Pollock. Did I say that correctly? Okay. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about agenda item number 8B regarding the Todd Advisory Budget Recommendation. My name is Josh Pollock and I live in West Salem. I'm in Ward 8 with Dan Clem's ward. I'm also a member of the steering committee for the Patriots Day Field of Flag, one of the special events applicants recommended for funding by the advisory committee. After months of attending the advisory committee meetings, I am here to support the advisory committee's option 1 of Cultural Tourism Fund for fiscal year 2011 and 12 proposed budget and provide testimony on my research regarding the projected domestic tourism for 2011, including for the Willamette Valley, Marion County, and Salem. Forecasts in general domestic tourism and travel support the position of positive income growth generated from transient occupation tax revenue. This supports the advisory board's primary position not to implement a proposed decrease of $100,000 in the recommended budget. The World Travel Tourism Council is a business leader forum for travel and tourism. They have spent more than 20 years developing its economic impact results for the benefit of both public and private sector decision makers. Trying to get this all in 3 minutes. The WTC's latest research confirms the recovery in travel and tourism in 2010, and its forecast recovery is strengthening in 2011 further by 4.5%. Acknowledging the many economic growth challenges, such as a rise in oil and other commodities, which are faced by the government and private sector seeking to reduce their debt, the WTC remains optimistic that the overall travel and tourism economy is forecasted to grow by 4.4% per annum in real terms between 2010 and 2020. This confirms the industry will continue to grow in its importance, one of the world's fastest growing, high priority sectors and employers, and it will generate increasingly vibrant domestic tourism sector. According to the U.S. Travel Association, domestic person travels, which are one-person travel trips of 50 miles or more or one way from home, including 1 or more nights away from home. They report that the decrease in domestic trip experiences in 2009 of a negative 3.4 did recover in 2010 to a positive 3.5. And although their forecast will show a stabilization to overall 2.15% that will be the average for the 4 years between 2011 and 2014. Domestically, what does this mean for Willamette Valley, particularly Marion County and Salem? According to a Oregon 2009 regional visitor research for Willamette Valley by Longwood Travel USA, American travelers indicated that of the total 2009 overnight trips to Oregon, 19% of the time was spent in Willamette Valley, with 82 of those travelers' preferred form of transportation is car or truck. Overall, Oregon travelers spent 25% on lodging, and those staying within Willamette Valley stayed for an average of 2.4 night stay, with 25% of their accommodations in motels, 19% in hotels, 13% in resort hotels, all generators of transient tax revenue. Among the main purposes of the overnight trips to our area included 29% for tourism and 26% for special events like the Patriots Day Field of Flags, whose goal is to bring over 100,000 attendees into Salem Riverfront Park this September.
Excuse me, but you do have a red light. It's been on for a little while, so I'm going to have to ask you to bring your testimony to a close.
Okay, well, for all the reasons that I have provided you in writing and said above, there are significant positive indicators to support the advisory board original budget without the $100,000 decrease that was proposed due to concerns of decreased revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions? All right, thank you very much. I do want to remind everyone, I'm going to stick to the 3 minutes, so I am going to actually interrupt you if the red light is on and you don't bring yourself to a close. So the next person we have signed on is Tom Beasley. Mr. Beasley, would you please approach the podium and introduce yourself and give your address?
Before I begin my remarks, could I confirm that you have the results of the public opinion poll I'm going to speak to this evening?
Yes, we received that from you ahead of time. Thank you very much for that.
Mayor Peterson, City Council members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tom Beasley and I reside in Ward 3. In late April, my wife and I commissioned a public opinion poll which consisted of 3 questions. 1, do you support the city's current practice of transferring $2.5 million from the Water Sewer Fund into the city's general fund by way of a franchise fee. 67% of the people said they do not support the practice. 33% said they did. The second question, would you support a ballot measure to keep the $2.5 million in the water sewer fund to guard against future rate increases? 82% of the respondents said they would support such a ballot measure. 18% said no. Question 3, would you still support the measure if keeping the $2.5 million in the water sewer fund meant less money for police, fire, and the library? The answer, 47% said they would still report such a ballot measure. 53% said no. Now, it's important to note that 75% of the respondents were age 51 or older. Only 9% of the respondents were under 40 years of age, while 16% were between 41 and 50 years of age. The result for us was instructive. Strong majorities disagreed with the franchise fee practice and supported a ballot measure to voice their views, even when threatened with a loss of public service, safety, or library services. Almost half of the respondents still favored a ballot measure to either approve or to end the practice of taxing their water, sewer bills to support other general fund programs. And this from a cohort of Salem's population, namely the elderly, that is extremely crime conscious and that uses library services extensively. The City Council should place a measure on the November ballot that amends the city charter so that any monies coming to the enterprise funds, such as the water sewer utility or the stormwater utility, be used exclusively within those utilities for their maintenance and upgrading. There is adequate time for such a ballot measure to be crafted. The date for completing all formalities is 17 August. The people of Salem deserve to have their voices heard on this matter, and a ballot measure is the way to do it. I will conclude my remarks there and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beasley. Are there questions of council for Mr. Beasley? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming down. Oh, wait just a moment. Councilor Clausen?
Mr. Beasley, just for the benefit of people in the room, how many people responded to that survey?
There were 435 people who responded. The exercise was carried out by Action Solutions, excuse me, who report that with that kind of robocalling, that number of respondents, the 95% confidence interval around the results is around 4.5%. That begs the question in one sense. There were 33,000 people who returned ballots in the last mayoral election. 435 people give you an indication that they're not satisfied with what's going on. Any number of letters have been forwarded to you on the same question. It's time to hear 35 or 40,000 voices as to whether or not they approve of what you have been doing.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next person signed up is Steve Martin.
Good evening, Steve Martin with the Historic Elsinore Theater, located in Ward 2, and I reside in Ward 8. I just want to take this opportunity to encourage the council to support the Cultural and Tourism Advisory Board's original budget submission, which includes the restoration of the $100,000 expenditure. Council appointed this advisory board to guide them in these matters, for which they have taken the role very seriously of ensuring a fiscally responsible budget is submitted for the Cultural and Tourism Promotions Fund. I encourage you to accept their due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Martin? All right, thank you very much. Dan Motley is the next person signed up.
Good evening. My name is Dan Motley. I live in Ward 6. I'd like to talk to you about a few items in the budget. This item on your agenda, staff recommended that you deliberate. And I have some items, specific items that I'd like you to ask you to deliberate on tonight and over the course of the next 2 weeks before you vote to accept, reject, or modify the budget as proposed. First off, in your budgets or in the proposed budget, On page 14, there is a $4,000 proposed appropriation that regards having professional oversight and approval of the indirect cost allocation plan. I won't use the word waste because that could be an unfortunate choice of words. So I will say that I can't think of a worse use for that amount of money to be spent for that purpose, because that plan is already reviewed and approved by the reviewing cognizant agency. And further, the plan preparation uses certain algorithms and et cetera that were developed by the consultant that you propose to pay to determine if the algorithms were correct and if the dollars fit. That to me seems kind of somewhat of a loop that is inappropriate. On page 252 of the budget and on page 54 of the budget, there is $30,000 proposed to be spent from one fund in order to service a singular entity which is almost exclusively operated out of another fund. That is a misuse of your indirect cost allocation plan. And it is an inappropriate use of your cost allocation plan. If you have one agency that's going to be using the equipment, that agency should pay for the equipment. If some other agency eventually does use the equipment, then the purchasing agency can rent, lease, sell, assign, whatever those rights, and keep your cost allocation plan in line with the principles and standards of cost allocation. The next issue is in the agenda here at item, whatever it was, 8B, number 2 talks about approving an increase of $40,000 in the general fund. Same amount coming from additional beginning fund balance. I'm not sure how that happened. I guess it's saying appropriate more from what we already have. And that's fine if that works. If that doesn't work, I would like to propose that on page 37, there is a $60,000 value assigned for determining the fiscal impact analysis of city growth and annexations.
Excuse me, Mr. Motley, I'm going to interrupt.
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak is Peter Booth.
Madam Mayor, council people.
Welcome.
Welcome. Peter Booth, Executive Director, Willamette and Heritage Center at the Mill, resident of Ward 7, work in Ward 2. So, and also wanted to say thanks for, I want to say I'm pleased to be here with many other people supporting the TOT board and their original recommendations, and also the city who has been our partners. We appreciate the city's past top investments in their major operating and the tourist facilities in the community, and that has reaped a benefit. And since it started, the TOT, that we've seen a significant growth in the tourist economy in our area. It's one of the few growing economies in our area, and that's directly related to what city has invested. In 1991, only 95 million direct dollars were spent in the Marion County, 2/3 of that in Salem, and yet in 2009, which was a bad year, we saw 206 million direct dollars spent in Marion County, 2/3 of that into Salem, and that is directly a result of the city and the community's investment in the tourism industry. There's a fear that it's going to continue to drop, and yet even the TOT tax revenues have shown that there's actually an increase. We did see a slight increase, and going on now of a 2.1 increase. So the idea, the fear that we're going to see a significant decrease due to raising gas prices is misplaced. As you've been hearing from several other presenters, the national indications is that their tourism is shifting. However, it is growing. And this is one of the few growing industries we have in the Willamette Valley. We also, the cultural resource entities here, provide many other services as far as improving quality of life and education, which the city has directly assisted us with. We want to, and what I'm proposing that we do, that y'all do, is to defend also, or to support the TOT board's original proposal. This is a board that y'all appointed to do their due diligence and looking into the spending of the TOT tax revenues. They went through a stringent process of reviewing all the grant applications, and y'all are turning to them for recommendations. And we ask that you accept their original recommendations and to restore the $100,000 to those cultural entities that are the backbone of the tourism industry, which is growing. By taking that $100,000, which may seem like a small amount, it's significantly impacting those poorest cultural institutions here in our community that are supporting, maintaining some of the treasures that we have that are what driving our tourist economy.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Booth? All right, thank you. Next speaker is Angie Morris.
That's a familiar name.
Madam Mayor, members of council, my name is Angie Morris, President and CEO of Travel Salem. I'd like to comment on the 11-12 cultural and tourism budget before you this evening. Travel Salem's tourism promotion efforts target various consumer groups, including the leisure traveler, the corporate and business traveler, and the meeting planner working to book their group's conferences and events. Travel Salem supports all Salem businesses, large and small, reaching all corners of the Salem economy. Through May of this year, we've secured more than $940,000 in media exposure. Our Travel Cafe and Visitor Information Network have assisted more than 112,000 visitors, and there have been more than 135,000 unique users to our website, travelsalem.com. This activity translates directly into new dollars for local businesses and jobs. Last year in 2010, more than 4.8 million visitors came here to experience Absolutely Oregon, and the Salem area's travel impacts were $496 million, up 6.6% over the previous year. Travel Salem plays a critical role in the health of Salem's tourism ecosystem, and our mission is to increase economic impact, drive TOT revenues, and provide the highest level of professional resources for Salem's business community. The cuts you will be discussing this evening have negative impacts not only on the next fiscal year, but also on future years. Travel Salem is a nonprofit that works on a $0 net budget. All revenues are pushed back out, taking form as products and services that deliver ROI for the City of Salem. As you consider this choice tonight, I refer you to the handouts before you that detail two different cut levels and the marketing deliverables that will be eliminated as a result of these cuts. Because Travel Salem's budget has remained relatively flat since the year 2000, and taking into consideration that previous cuts have never been restored, these potential cuts impact critical marketing services and have significant ripple effects on other programs, as well as our leverage results. It's important to understand how cuts have a ripple effect. For instance, Travel Salem's convention program works year-round to secure new convention and event business in the current fiscal year, but equally important, we're working to secure leads for future years. Conference and meeting planners work 2 to 3 years out, so cuts in this area will eliminate results in future years as well. To put this work in perspective, Eugene has 6 staff people working around the clock to secure group business. Travel Salem has 1. So any cuts to our convention and event program are dire. Our convention program drives room nights and TOT. In 10-11, this current fiscal year, it will be responsible for more than $4.4 million in convention business to Salem. Travel Salem's challenge is that we compete with thousands of destinations, all just as hungry for that valuable tourism dollar as we are. We have a compelling destination to attract visitors, and we need to increase our market share and entice visitors to our destination. Travel Salem's work is mission critical to a healthy Salem economy, and we are a primary engine for TOT revenues. I understand that budgets are tight, and you have a difficult decision before you this evening, but I ask that you don't cut tourism promotion. We are your partner in creating economic growth increased TOT revenues, and support for local businesses.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your coming down this evening. Are there questions for Ms. Morris? Yes, Councillor Clem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Angie, thanks for the information. The handout that you gave us has got a little chart on the second page. It talks about city manager recommendation. I think that was Budget Committee's recommendation, but the idea was there was a proposal for $550,000 to be allocated to Travel Salem, and then the Budget Committee recommended recommended a reduction, and that number got whittled down to $523,000. I'm most interested in understanding what Travel Salem had last year that made us successful in terms of a budget number, and what would you recommend if council did not restore the complete 550?
So I'd like to make sure I understand your question. Are you asking me different than what I have laid out here as far as cuts? What would we do different?
Well, you
than
came
this
up with
current year?
option number 2 here.
Yes.
So help me understand that if council doesn't restore the whole 550,
Yeah.
and council authorized the 533,
Yeah.
what's the net impact of cutting 17,000 from Travel Salem's proposed budget?
Yes, I mean, it goes to the heart. I mean, it's a great question, Counselor. Thank you. It goes to the heart of our marketing program, really. Travel Salem has really qualified staff that are doing work every day to drive the needle forward. But these marketing tools that we have is where the cut's going to be. You know, in our advertising and our marketing, we market the 3 main pillars of Salem, which are the recreation, the culinary assets, and the cultural and heritage assets. And you've heard from many of the cultural and heritage partners this evening. Those are our critical pillars, and those are what we market and use as lures to drive visitors to our region. So the cuts, $17,000 in cuts is a lot of money to Travel Salem's budget. So we will see that in direct marketing services that will be cut.
Okay, so Travel Salem received $533,000 last year, and so I think option 2 is that to say they should receive at least what they did last year.
Right.
Okay, and with that budget, you're still cutting a couple of trade shows, some advertising, and high vis exposure in some of the travel magazines. Okay, all right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Sandra Burnett. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. There are many points to be made.
You need to introduce yourself and give an address. Sorry.
It's Sandra Burnett, Salem Art Association, 600 Mission Street, and I reside in Ward 7.
Thank you.
3 points I want to address primarily today. The first is the pain. Many cultural nonprofits in Salem are nearing collapse following the effects of the recession. Some have already closed their doors, like the Salem Community Concerts, Children's Rep Theatre. At Salem Art Association, staff have been laid off or had their hours substantially cut, and programs have been curtailed. Further reductions in income do have an effect. They will exacerbate this reduction of important educational and cultural services to the community. Number 2, tourism. Of all the opportunities for tourism, cultural tourism is the most productive in the long term, and we should be working to bolster and grow this sector. It generates the greatest return as cultural tourists stay longer at their destinations and spend more on local services and products. Cultural tourists are more likely, for instance, to eat at La Capitale rather than at Applebee's, which is a franchise headquartered out of state, and more likely to buy souvenirs from local artists and artisans. The investment that TOT makes in Salem's cultural organizations has been returned in tourism revenues. And I won't go, Peter Booth went through the numbers. The point is that weakening the sector that attracts cultural tourists is short-sighted. There is a huge amount of material out there about the trends and benefits of cultural tourism, and we should be researching how we can systematically take more advantage of all that Salem has to offer as a cultural destination. From the business perspective, the cultural environment of the city is known to be a crucial factor when businesses consider where to locate. Businesses know that they need a certain quality of cultural life in order to attract the top talent they need in executive positions. Cultural organizations contribute to a healthy economy by incentivizing a community as a vibrant location to do business. Established businesses, in turn, then support the cultural organizations, furthering the reciprocal process of culture and tourism development. Just an additional comment, 70% of this 100,000 is suggested to come from the local nonprofits who already receive the smallest portion of the TOT funds. But this is a sector we should be growing. So if there is to be a cut, we feel it should be shared equally amongst the whole TOT pie, including the Salem Conference Center and city programs. Finally, the proposed cut seems unnecessary, as many people have said tonight. This year has seen an increase in tax revenue from tourism. There's already a fund balance.
Excuse me, the red light is on.
Okay,
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Burnett? All right, thank you very much. And I owe an apology to a previous speaker, Dan Motley. You spoke, and at the end of your testimony, I forgot to ask counselors if they had questions of you, and I do apologize. It was not intentional. Are there questions for Mr. Motley? All right, thank you. All right, the next person who is signed up is Bobby Clyde. Would you please come to the podium and introduce yourself and give us your address or ward?
Good evening, Madam
Welcome.
Mayor and Council. My name is Bobby Clyde. I reside at 1092 Pawnee Circle Southeast in Salem. I will defer to the previous speakers and just urge you to, I want to speak in favor of the original TOT budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Clyde? Okay, thank you for coming down. We appreciate your time. All right, Ross Stout.
Good evening, Madam
Yes.
Mayor and council people. My name is Ross Stott. I live at 1245 Dorville Avenue Northwest. I am on the board of the Willamette Heritage Center at the Mill, and I think I will use Clyde's method of communicating with you, as many other people have given you facts and figures and statistics. I think the evidence shows that while the supposition has been made that revenues will be down, the evidence seems to support that revenue will be up. And so there seems to be no reason to cut the budget. If a decision is made to cut, it seems like $100,000 is excessive, and perhaps that money could be held back until revenues are determined to be what they are expected to be, and then allocated at that point. It seems perhaps that's prudent, but a permanent cut seems unreasonable.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Now, are there questions for Mr. Stout? All right, thank you very much. Graham Morris is the next person signed up. Please give your name and address, please, or ward.
Graham Morris, Executive Director of the Salem Multicultural Institute, resident of Ward 3, and the World Beat offices are at 189 Liberty Street Northeast. Thank you. Mayor, council members, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the city staff and the Budget Committee and all committee members for trying to balance the complex issues and interests in creating a city budget for each year. We will understand there's a lot of detail and hard work involved. I am here tonight to support option 1 as submitted to you, the original budget submission from the city manager. The budget came from the advisory board, the Cultural and Tourism Promotion Advisory Board. As you know, the board is made up of volunteers. They are interested. They have been to and toured our facilities. They have read reams and reams and reams and reams of our paperwork. They come to our events. In short, they understand us. And, as you have seen tonight, they are experienced, very experienced, in the field that the topic under discussion. I'm sure Mr. Snyder is far too modest to toot his own horn, so I'll toot it for him. He's the general manager of the Grand Hotel in Salem. He knows about tourism. And he has led his group through many hours, many hours, and many meetings. They have discussed a lot of minutiae or detail on each and every line item as it is presented to you. They have been conservative and cautious in their recommendation. And so I encourage you to positively consider the recommendation brought to you by them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Morris? All right, thank you very much for coming down. All right, Carl Knudsen is our next speaker. Welcome. Please state your name and your address or your ward.
Hello. My name is Carl Knudsen, 965 Saginaw Street. I'm representing the Willamette Art Center at 2330 17th Street, both in Salem. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for giving me the opportunity tonight to speak in support of the Cultural Tourism and Promotions Advisory Board. I would like to thank them, first of all, for the hard work they've done over the last few years in trying to maximize the benefit of what the TOT Fund has been able to do for us as your cultural community through some very difficult times. They've really worked diligently to maximize the benefit of this fund and minimize the impact both to us and to our promotions partner, Travel Salem, through some really strenuous times for all of us financially. The Willamette Art Center is a relatively new organization of Salem. We started out as a support group initially for the Salem Art Association's Community Arts Center. And during the initial sort of salvos of the economic downturn, that facility was forced to close. We formed a 501c3 and founded the Willamette Art Center in partnership with the Oregon State Fairgrounds. We've been operating for about 5 years, and in that time we've grown exponentially, and I hope to come back here in August and give another presentation about all the great things we've been up to for the last year. It will be entertaining. One of the reasons we've been able to grow as much as we have is because of the support of the TOT Fund. Because of that, we've been able to expand our facilities, we've been able to hire staff. We're currently at 5 part-time positions, and we are growing. This has dramatically increased our ability to both grow and serve the community. A few weeks ago, Madam Mayor, you issued a proclamation at Travel Salem's absolutely fabulous award ceremony, recognizing the impact that tourism has on our local community. It's a lot. At that same event, the Willamette Art Center was recognized with the Absolutely Gets It Award for the work that we do to basically bring the community together, to give voice to the artists, to seek ways to showcase all of Salem's cultural community, because we understand the importance of plugging in partnerships and leveraging marketing opportunities. And my understanding is this TOT Fund is basically for city beautification, cultural institutions, and promotions. And the proposal to reallocate $100,000 from this, specifically taking that money from promotions and the cultural institutions, seems to work in opposition to the work that the Cultural Advisory Board has done over the last 2 years. It really doesn't. What I'd like to speak to is really how $4,700 affects my organization, because it affects us quite significantly. It would hire basically our bookkeeper for 8 months. It hires my studio technician for 6 months. It pays for Family Clay Sunday for an entire year, which was one of the programs that Travel Salem acknowledged as being one of the great things. It buys a year's supply of clay for us, which is a lot. We basically leverage that $4,700 into over $81,000 in revenue from that clay. And finally, just to speak of the economic impact that an art center can have. Many years, well, not many years ago, a few years ago, a friend of mine took a ceramics class at the Salem Art Association while she was in college. She went on to have a long career as a professional artist. As a teacher, she instructed probably tens of thousands of children here in the schools, and she's created a nationally recognized gallery in downtown Salem. The economic benefit that Mary Lou Zeke has brought to the downtown area and to the State Street reorganization is probably in the millions, if not tens of millions of dollars if you were to leverage it all out. And who knows if the next Mary Lou Zeke is at our facility right now. Please support them.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Councillor Clem?
Mr. Knut, is it Knutson?
Knutson, yes.
Yeah, thank you for a very good testimony, because it helps to understand what cuts, would have to be made, given one of the recommendations.
Right.
But it's the Willamette Art?
We are the Willamette Art Center, yes.
Art Center.
Yes.
And it would be a fantastic moneymaker to market that Cherry City tie you're wearing.
Thank you.
Sorry.
This was made by a very good friend of mine named Maya Leitz. She resides in Bozeman, Montana, and she currently shows infrequently at the Portland Arts Festival if you'd like to catch her there.
She's an artist. So
she is an artist.
Great. That's good. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is, I think it's Laura Millian. Am I reading this correctly? Is that? Thank you. Okay. Please state your name and your address or your ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Millian, and I live in Ward 2, Laura Tesler's ward. I want to express my concern over the fragile condition of our economy and the increasing burdens being placed on taxpayers like myself. This year alone, I have faced increasing property taxes, increasing health insurance premiums, additional gas taxes, and increasing food prices. I simply have no more to give, and I ask that the council please consider freezing all non-essential projects, such as the Master Parks Plan and all EPA-driven public work improvements, until economic indicators show that the economy has turned the corner. I further ask that the 3% water sewer increase slated for 2012 be reversed, and you hold off on any further discussion of adding additional fees to our water sewer bill for items such as sustainable lighting. I would also like to see the water sewer franchise fee monies move back to the water sewer department, and any extra dollars used to pay down our city debt. That's it.
Are there questions for Ms. Millian? Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming tonight. Cindy Kimball. Welcome.
Well, thank you. My name is Cindy Kimball, and I'm here representing the Friends of the Historic Grand Theater, which is located at 191 High Street, Northeast in Salem, and I live in Ward 1 with the Honorable Chuck Bennett as my representative. I am here on behalf of the Friends of the Historic Grand Theater, which is the oldest theater in Salem. As most of the organizations represented here tonight, we are an all-volunteer 501c3 nonprofit organization with the goal of making a positive difference in the lives of Oregon citizens by providing quality cultural and educational entertainment and contribute to the arts and tourism. I know this is redundant. We've all said pretty much the same thing, and I don't have all the facts and figures like everybody else has. But what's really at heart for me is the fact that if we lose this funding to a contingency fund, it will go to a nonprofit. It will not go to the nonprofits who use it wisely, as well as to all the special events that enhance our city and increase the quality of life of our citizens, as well as the tourists. I think the citizens sometimes are left out of this tourism the part. $100,000 is a drop in the bucket to a large organization, but when spread between hardworking volunteer organizations who try to make a positive difference, it has a large impact, and it's a negative impact. So I cannot say any more except to express to you tonight that I hope that you choose option 1 when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Kimball? All right, thank you for coming down. Our next speaker, I can't read the first name, the last name is Sturgeon. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. Please come and introduce yourself and give us your ward or address. Thank you. And your first name is?
My first name is Kenny.
Kenny?
Yes.
Yes,
like
thank you.
Kenny Rogers.
My name is Kenny Sturgeon, and I live at 295 Church Street. And we are recent homeowners. In January is when we bought there. And both my husband and I are working professionals, and we did have many discussions about whether we would choose Salem or Corvallis or McMinnville. All three of them are in commuting distance for one or the other of us. And we ended up choosing Salem as where we wanted to be homeowners because, in no small part, of the cultural options that we had available to us here. Salem Art Association, Salem Cinema, the symphony, the opera, the museums. We love these things. And so I'm here to urge the council to keep with the TOT's original spending plan, because we don't want to have to think about relocating if this quality of what we enjoy so much about this city goes down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we welcome you to Salem. Are there questions from councilors?
Welcome to 295 Church Street.
It's a great place, 295 Church Street.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Shannon Martinez.
Good evening. I brought the next speaker too. We've got a 2-for-1 to keep things moving along here. My name is Shannon Martinez, and this is Sue Yashilida. We're both on the board of A.C. Gilbert's Discovery Village in Ward 2. And we will just briefly echo the comments of many of the other nonprofits this evening in supporting the advisory board and staff's recommendation to go with option 1 and retain the budget as is and not go with a $100,000 cut. I don't have, I'll spare all the facts and details. I don't have a lot of the number crunching that they had, but I will say that a reduction in the grant that we've applied for A.C. Gilbert's would have certainly a negative impact on us. That grant in part goes to special events that we have scheduled for the summer months. And we certainly appreciate the work that the advisory board and the city has done previously in giving us grants in the past from the transit occupancy tax. And we would just ask that that would continue, and we show our support for the advisory board's recommendation.
I don't currently live in the city of Salem, but I do work here, and just as a vice president of the A.C. Gilbert Discovery Village Board, I wanted to concur with our comments today in support of option 1.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Well, thank you both for coming down tonight. The last speaker we have signed up is Paul, is it James? Jones, all right. Thank you. Please come to the podium and state your name and your address or ward.
My name is Paul Jaudas. I live at 850 East Street Northeast, and I'm here representing Americans for Prosperity. I'd like to start off by reading a quote out of the Oregonian. This was published Wednesday, May 11th, 2011, by Brad Schmidt of the Oregonian. I'll just read 2 paragraphs. The Portland City Council this month approved spending $6 million collected from utility customers toward the $11.25 million cost of buying 146 acres owned by the Riverview Cemetery Association. The utility money comes not from water or sewer rates, but from a lesser-known storm water charge. Stormwater rates have almost doubled since 2003, rising at a faster clip than water and sewer charges, which collectively are near tops nationwide, in part because of initiatives to buy land, plant trees, and add street-side planters. That ends the quote. As some of us know, and many may not, we have a stormwater utility rate waiting to go into effect. After reading this article, I have to ask myself, coming soon to Salem? We already have a franchise fee that reappropriates money. Will this also happen with a stormwater utility rate? You had an opportunity to take action on the franchise fee, and you passed on it. We will support all efforts to change that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? All right, thank you. We appreciate you coming down. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during this section of the public hearing? Yes, please approach the podium and state your name and your address.
Good evening. My name's Sherry Cartwright.
I'm sorry,
Can
we can't hear you.
How close does this have to be? This one? This one. Okay. Hi, I'm Sherry Cartwright. I live in West Salem in Ward 8. And I can appreciate everything that people have come to say this evening in support of the budget for the nonprofits. However, as a taxpayer, this is a nicety. It is not a requirement. It's something that should not be funded by taxpayers' money. If we have nonprofits, I believe they really should raise their own money. They should go out to the community that, you know, if you are giving events, the events are not successful unless they make enough money to support themselves. So I would really like to go in opposition of what they said and ask you to accept the budget with the cut in it. And I think you should take it further than that. I think you should really start looking at our city budget and saying, you know, we're making these decisions at my work, at my church. We're having to say, is this a requirement? And it's not. Tourism, people are coming here and visiting because they wanted to, not because we're advertising. It just doesn't need that, and we have all these different groups doing the same thing that are all applying for grants and taking up tax dollars, as opposed to one city function letting nonprofits stand on their own, or if the nonprofits would work together to where grants don't have to be broken up 20 different ways, it would cost a lot less to do business. So I would like to ask you to cut it and think about cutting it further.
Thank you very much. And are there questions? All right, thank you. Anyone else that wanted to speak? All right. Then we'll move to the session where we ask questions of staff. Do councilors have any questions of Ms. Jacobs or other staff regarding this section of the hearing? Councilor Cannon, and then Councilor Clem.
Kelly, on May 4th, when you made the presentation on the TOT budget, one of your comments was that the city finance department had seen an actual reduction in the occupancy rate, but that the hotel rates, I mean the price for the room, had gone up. Is that still the case today, or do you have any updated information from the May meeting?
It's closed a little bit in terms of occupancy has increased, but it's still slightly lower than at the same period last year, which means, of course, revenue has increased, and in fact, in April and May, it increased fairly substantially over the prior year. And so what that tells us is that the hoteliers have been able to reestablish their rates, that they've restored their rates. So we still have a little bit lower occupancy, but rates have improved, and revenue in April and May increased each month by approximately 12% over the same month last year.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Clem.
Yes, Kelly, if I could. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reducing the TOT budget, the transit occupancy tax, the motel tax budget, has variances every year. We either over-project or we under-project. And what's been the action of the council and the advisory board when the projections came in low or when the projections came in high? What actions, what sort of interim things happen to make sure that we end up, you know, in a good balanced situation in that fund?
Well, the most notable year in my tenure with the board was fiscal year 2009-10. Every year prior to that, during my involvement with the fund and the board, revenue had actually exceeded our budget estimates, but in 2009-10, revenue came in very much lower than what we had anticipated, and it started to come in low at the very beginning of the fiscal year, and so we had to go back and make reductions to the operating budget, and the reductions were Travel Salem's budget was reduced, as were city programs. The facilities maintenance and most notably parks maintenance were reduced during that year to manage that reduction in revenue.
Okay, so we took interim actions
We did.
to adjust the budget to what the realities
true.
were. What does 10-11 look like so far in terms of revenue projection, or revenue coming in to projections? I mean, this is the last month of the year, so how are we doing 11 out of 12 months?
And I just might add that the response, as a result of fiscal year 09-10, the response was to very much lower expenditures in 10-11 and very much lower our revenue projection for 10-11. So right now, actually, as of receipts through May, and that's representative of April activity, we received the dollars in arrears, so we still basically have 2 months' worth of collections before the end of the fiscal year. But right now, our collections through the May receipts, representing April activity, are 5% higher than the same period last year.
Okay, and I wanted to, we heard some comments earlier about money going for nonprofits. I'm particularly interested in what monies are used in TOT funds to promote the softball tournaments, which provide quite an economic boon to, that's the city field, so the money we spend there directly impacts the health of the city and or the local economy. So how much of, and maybe you don't know the number.
$36,000 from the TOT fund supports the softball bidding process. It's a direct support to actually bid the tournaments, the national tournaments that come to Salem.
And if we don't participate in that activity, who would? If we didn't authorize the $36,000, how would we bid for those softball tournaments?
Well, we
There's
would...
not a nonprofit here, is there? I mean,
No, Peter Fernandez, Public Works Director. If we didn't support it with TOT dollars, the council and budget committee would have to make a choice whether you wanted to support it with general government dollars or not bid. Softball as an entity, as a business is such that's the way those tournaments work. So to bring in all those tournaments that fill up the hotel rooms, if we're not at the table bidding, we simply would not get them.
what kind of economic activity is associated with those softball tournaments? Any idea?
Well, actually, I have a report on my desk
I
from
think Mark
Public
Bechtel
Works.
has
And-
the number at his fingertips, our Parks and Transportation Services Manager.
Mark Bechtel, Parks and Transportation Services Manager. Depending on the size and the length of each tournament, a national tournament can bring in anywhere from $1 million to $2.5 million to the local economy in any given 3 to 4 day weekend or tournament.
Okay, and I had one last for Kelly, Madam Mayor, if that's all right.
Yes, that's fine. And then-
Travel Salem recommended was $550, but there's an option that lowers that to $523. Everybody else from 09-10 or from 10-11 would essentially experience a little bit of an increase, but Travel Salem is still below at the $523 what they received last year. So did anybody else receive a decrement lower than what they had in 10-11 in the original budget or in the options that have been presented?
I do not believe so.
Yeah, I only
no.
saw that Travel
Yeah.
Salem experienced a negative. So
Yeah.
they received $533,000 last year?
That is correct.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
All right, Councilor Nanke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It sounds like there's a little bit of confusion as to where these monies come from and how they can be expended. Can you expand on the revenue source for TOT funds and the restrictions that are placed on it, knowing that we actually hit the legislature up this time to try to open that up a bit and we're refused that opportunity?
The revenue source is transient occupancy tax, and it's a tax that is paid for by people who use hotel motel rooms in the city of Salem. It's not actually, unless of course as a citizen of Salem you have an occasional night at a hotel, it's not a tax that you pay as a citizen. It's paid by visitors to our community. And in fact in Salem, Section 56 of the city charter defines how we use that revenue, and in many ways, it is more generous or focused towards tourism than any number of cities in Oregon in terms of how they use their transient occupancy tax. We very much have a focus of using those funds to support tourism activities.
If I may, just a quick follow-up, but we are not allowed to spend that on non-tourist related items within the city, correct?
The charter defines it as urban beautification generally, contracts with the city of Salem that support the use of Salem for conventions and tourism, support to cultural and major tourist attraction facilities, the operation of those facilities, capital improvements to those facilities. So it's fairly specifically drawn, and the one thing that the city does do with it is support the parks that are associated with the cultural facilities or the historic facilities, and also our big community park, Riverfront Park, because of its tourism focus and community focus.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. Are there further questions? Councillor Cannon.
Yes, you said that there was a 5% increase over the 09-10 for the same period. How many dollars are we talking about?
We're talking right now.
What are the revenues to date?
We're talking just about $84,000 more than the same period last year.
Okay, what are the total revenues to date?
The total revenues to date are, for the current fiscal year, 1.798, so 1.8 million currently.
We have 2 months to go?
That's correct. So at this point, I'm anticipating revenues of approximately 2.22 million.
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Clausen.
So I'm learning some stuff here tonight. I appreciate the information you're providing. So when we had a shortfall in 09-10, we were locked into the amounts that we had promised to the nonprofits and the organizations that had applied for and received grants. So our pool of funds where we were able to decrease was extremely limited, correct?
It became more limited because many of the nonprofits, for instance, at the point at which we made reductions, many of the nonprofits had already had their special events or had performed their capital projects. So it limited where we could look for reductions, and so we went primarily to the city programs and to Travel Salem for those reductions.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions for staff? All right, the public hearing is now closed. Councillor Bennett, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I move staff recommendations 1 through 3. And on item 4, I move option 3.
Second.
Madam Mayor, I just want to speak to this just very briefly, if I may.
Yes, please.
We've had really excellent testimony this evening on the question of how to deal with the Cultural and Tourism Advisory Board budget, the top budget. I'm very interested in this. I've served on the top board. I've been chair of the top board. I've dealt with this every time we have a budget cycle. We deal with this issue. This is actually calmer than most discussions of it that I've seen over the years. Probably one reason is that we did not hear this testimony during the budget cycle. If you'll think back to our hearing on our discussion of this during the budget cycle, you will recall the room was silent. And I think that creates a real dilemma for us as we deal with issues like this, because we also think back to 09-10 when we had to go cutting into this budget, and it was really a difficult situation. The most direct impact was on Travel Salem and on parks-related programs and other programs here in the city. What this allows us to do in option 3 is to deal with this issue in a more orderly fashion by holding back on revenues until the revenues are collected, and then take the issue up again. And I can assure those who've testified tonight, I can just guarantee that if in fact their optimism, which I share, comes comes true, we'll be back visiting this budget. We'll have a supplementary budget, and we'll deal with the kinds of issues we heard about this evening. I think Mr. Stout hit it right on the nose. He described, in fact, I think, this kind of effort, which is make sure you have the money and then spend the money, rather than what happened to us in the 09-10 period when we spent the money and had to ask for it back, which I think is probably about the worst way to do this kind of budgeting. So I hope you'll support me in this. I think this is the best way to go for these programs. I think they can, if they are as confident as they said this evening in the future, I wouldn't hesitate as a member of one of their boards to proceed with the program you have planned. We will be revisiting this budget. As Kelly described, the kind of money that's coming in, it really sounds hopeful. But if we see gas prices go skyrocketing as they have been, I mean, if it just, we get in this little bump down, if it heads back up and we don't see that kind of revenue, at least we haven't kidded anybody with what's available to them. So I hope you'll join me in supporting this option.
Thank you. Councillor Clausen?
I would second the motion, if we need a second at this point.
Laura Tesler
I'm so-
seconded it.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
I appreciate the approach by Councillor Bennett, and I think it makes a lot of sense to make their motion, though. Would it be appropriate to add a time period when we would look at this? Because my understanding of this is that quite a few of these organizations are dependent upon those funds coming in a certain time period in the year. And if this gets delayed too long and we don't look at it and the funds are available, we might have missed our window to help them out.
All right.
It's just thought for discussion. So.
Okay, I think Councillor Nanke had his hand up, and then Councillor Clem. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I was going to go in that same line. Do we have any idea of when we would come forth with supplemental budgets? Would it be several times based on incremental revenue being above or equal to estimates?
Well, I can speak to discussions that we've had, that our intention would be to review the revenue at the end of the second quarter. Does that match with what?
Yes,
staff?
that's correct. So we would look at the revenue we received July through December, and so in late January, we would come back with the quarterly financial report, and at that time, if the revenue is sufficient, we could do a supplemental budget.
Follow up on that, would that be then a supplemental budget for the entirety of 11-12 year and allocation of funds from that point?
I think by that time, with past trends, we would be able to make a recommendation for supplemental budget to receive the revenue and then to give you information, and the council can make a determination of how you'd want to allocate that. We don't know if we would have a full 100,000 or not, or more than 100,000, and so I think it's the best thing to do to wait to make the decisions about how it'd be allocated until we understand what the revenue is.
And just
Yes?
final on that, yeah, it just concerns me to some extent that we're talking 6 months into the budget year, whereas if you were to, and knowing that some people's events are scheduled hard timing, if you actually looked at it quarterly and made a supplemental quarterly budget based on those that might be proximate in time period. But
Well,
that,
I believe that the reductions that are being suggested, or that the top board has suggested, excuse me, let Kelly respond. Okay?
The reductions that are being recommended by the advisory board actually impact only a few special events, and those would actually be eliminations of those events due to low scoring and ranking in the application process. That's 4 events. 2 events, or actually 1 event and a capital project would be eliminated because of a disqualification. So the reduction and the mid-year look at this budget would not impact those events and that capital project. The impact would be felt with Travel Salem and their quarterly payments and the facility operating grants and their quarterly payments. And in discussion, the advisory board felt that the best idea would be to provide those quarterly payments in a manner for the first 2 or 3 quarters of the year that would be representative of basically the full allocation and take the reduction in the final quarter, so that the facility operators or Travel Salem would have the most opportunity to manage and plan for a potential reduction.
Thanks.
Councillor Clem is next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would offer 2 amendments separately so we don't have to bifurcate them. First amendment would be Councillor Bennett's motion.
Councillor Clem, you need to do them one at a time.
Got
You
it.
can't have 2 amendments on the floor.
Got it. 1 amendment coming up.
Okay.
Councillor Bennett's motion for option 3 with only a $90,000 reduction to revenue, a $90,000 reduction to contingency, and with the allocation of Travel Salem for $533,000 for 11/12.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councillor Clem and seconded by Councillor Nanke to present an amended motion.
Can I speak to my
Would you
motion?
like to speak to your motion?
Thank
Okay.
you, Madam Mayor. I think it's wise that council and the budget committee look at this carefully. Boy, we sure have looked at it real carefully this year, which is good. I think the concern I have is that Travel Salem is really the marketing arm for the entire region, and the option 3 would place their budget at a less than what we had last year, and the other entities are still seeing a gain of some kind over the previous year. I'm very concerned that when our marketing arm, our advertising arm, takes a larger proportionate share cut of the cuts, that we are upfront dismissing opportunities. The advertising, the special events, the trade shows, those are just as important as anything else we've heard tonight. And so I would at least ask this council to maintain this next year what it did during a poor year, which was 10-11, by only reducing the revenues and the contingency by $90,000. That would give Travel Salem $533,000, which is what they had in year 10-11. So again, I don't want to shut down the marketing department. I want to keep them at least at the level that they had previously. The return on the dollars when it comes to tourism and funding a lot of city-owned properties in terms of parks and historic and cultural facilities is absolutely critical. So I'd ask that you make the slight adjustment allocating Travel Salem same budget they had last year. Thank you.
I'd like to speak to that motion as well. And, you know, we gave this a lot of very careful thought, all of us probably. I know I certainly did. And my view with regard to why we were suggesting that reduction for Travel Salem was that in a budget of over $500,000, that it didn't seem unreasonable to ask them to look within that budget to decide how they best could make that reduction. And how they choose to make that reduction is for them to decide, not for us to decide. But in a budget of more than $500,000, if those are the key things that organization would believe would have to be cut without any other considerations or adjustments, that will be their choice. But from this chair, from this seat, it doesn't seem like the only logical option that they may have had. So I just want to stand clear on that. We are seeing public entities across the state make very tough choices, and public employees and private employees are making very tough choices. And this is the environment that we're in. So, thank you. I believe there were some other hands up. Councillor Clausen, and then did Councillor Nanke have? Okay, Councillor Clausen.
I think my question speaks to Councilor Clem's amendment. And Kelly, the last thing you said before you stepped down, I just want to make sure I understand that. The advisory board recommended that the money be doled out on a schedule as if the full amount was there, and then the cut be taken in the fourth quarter, so that when we take our look at 6 months, we could then determine what happens. So would it, maybe to the maker of the amendment, would it not be appropriate to leave it as is under option 3, and we could make that discussion at that point? So did I say that right, Kelly?
You did much better than I did, actually.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we have a substitute motion that did not get an amendment that did not, oh, it did draw a second.
Yeah.
All right, it's been, do we move?
Vote on the amendment.
Okay. All right. We will vote first on the amendment, and then we'll go back, if need be, to the original motion. Let's see if I can restate this correctly. Councillor Clem moved and Councillor Nanke seconded a change in the motion. Councillor Clem, would you like to restate your motion?
Same motion as Councilor Bennett moved, only under option 3, it would be a $90,000 reduction to revenue and corresponding $90,000 reduction to contingency, with an increase to the Travel Salem budget for 11-12 to be $533,000.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there any further discussion about that substitute amended motion?
Just amendment.
Amendment. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Sorry, the motion fails. Councillor Cannon.
I have an amendment to the primary motion. Councilor Bennett's motion, and then I would call this an option 4 with regard to TOT. If I get a second, I'll explain it.
Okay.
Reduce the TOT budget by $250,000. Add $250,000 to contingency. Half of the money would come out of contingency, general fund contingency, and half would come from the Emergency Medical Services Fund. The purpose of this motion is to have the general fund pay for half of the costs of the park maintenance at Bush Pasture Park.
Okay.
Second for discussion?
It's been moved by Councillor Cannon and seconded by Councillor Nanke. And is there discussion?
Yes. Speaking to my motion, essentially what this would do is to put $250,000 back into the hands of the TOT board for distribution. We would hold Salem or Travel Salem harmless. All of the physical facilities that we have harmless. And the purpose of this is to recognize that Bush Pasture Park, which costs basically $594,000 to manage, half of that money should at least come from the general fund. The general fund, currently in contingency, has $16 million in it. The Emergency Medical Services Fund has $4 million in it. Both of those funds have increased over time. There are adequate funds remaining in both to establish or to cover any eventualities for the general fund contingency or for the Emergency Medical Services Fund. Essentially, this gives TOT more money out of the TOT money that comes for tourism. Concept here is that TOT tourism money should go for tourism, not go for parks maintenance. Bush Pasture Park maintenance should be paid for by the general fund. We currently have the money to do so. So that is my motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll vote on, is there any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Clem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe for the city manager, help me understand that the intent of this amendment would reduce ending fund or beginning fund, well, it would come out of contingency out of the ending fund balance, is that correct?
It would reduce the ending fund balance and next year's beginning fund balance. And if it were continued, it would be paying for ongoing operations out of one-time revenue source.
Sure, I understand. So what would it reduce it from to?
We anticipate a beginning fund balance of about 16.8 million, and Councillor Cannon, so you would recommend taking 125,000 out of that?
125,000 out of general fund contingency and $125,000 out of emergency medical services fund contingency.
Yeah.
Are we able to use the EMS fund in that manner?
I don't believe so. I don't know if there's any staff here who can speak to that.
Fire chief's here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the source of those funds are.
I think the source of the funds are from ambulance charges.
Yeah, I think that's correct. We would have to do some research on that. Those funds are also set aside for future capital needs for emergency medical services as well. And it's 3.9, I think, at the end of 11/12 is our balance in that fund. So we'd have to do some research on that to be sure, but I think it has to be tied to something with emergency medical services. For example, when we did the bridge across the river, the decking on that allows a fire truck or ambulance to drive across it. We did use some funds from that, for that bridge decking.
Okay. Councillor Nanki?
I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about reserves and ending fund balances. At what year do we actually see in the future that beginning fund balance dropping below the zero line?
I'll tell you that we'll start the year next year with about 16.8 million and end the year with about 12 to 14 million, depending on the level of savings that we have during the year. In 13-14, it will be down to about 6.8 million, and I believe it's in 14-15 that we got close to a zero.
And
If
at that
we
time,
kept all expenditures the way it is now, and of course our
Correct.
plan is we would not do that.
But at that time, we basically have a very big problem
I
with the
would
city
say
being
by
solvent.
between 13-14 and 14-15.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, yes, Councillor Clem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If this motion passes, would there be more funds allocable to the top recipients, or would it just go to top contingency based on your understanding of the wording of the motion, Manager Norris?
My understanding is that we would be taking the 250,000 and supplanting the money for parks costs that are in the top budget and paying for that out of these two contingency funds, thus freeing up funds in the top budget
So
that
the
could be allocated.
Contingency for top would be well over $600,000 then at that point.
I didn't understand it would be from contingency. Kelly, did you want to respond?
Would it increase the ending fund contingency or ending fund balance at top?
You know, for me to be able to answer your question, I think I may have to ask Councillor Cannon to describe his motion again.
Line item 6091300, and that is this is under city programs. The TOT fund takes from the revenue of the TOT department $594,900 from total city programs. So the purpose of this would be to reduce the $994,900 of expenditures, thereby freeing up $250,000 of revenue that would be a resource. So the resource would remain the same. The expenditures would be reduced by $250,000. Half of the money in the motion that's sitting on the table would be from contingencies and half from the EMS. Since the EMS is a general fund entity, which is the fire department, any revenue to the general fund entity belongs to the general fund, whether it comes from an ambulance service or whether it comes from fees provided by an entity to the general fund. So I don't think that's a problem at all. So that's how it would work.
Well, so so that I'm clear, you're looking at the entire city program's allocation of $594,000.
And reducing it by $250,000, which would free up for allocation by TOT $250,000. So reducing expenditures, not touching revenues.
So reducing, but my question then would be, we would still plan on making those expenditures to support the parks?
Yes, the Parks Fund, you'd add the $250,000 to the Parks Fund, which is over in Public Works. Yes. Yes, that's how it works.
I'm tracking.
Very good.
So the increase in contingency then, correct? We would be making an increase in contingency, is that true?
Well, you would have revenues that would yet to be appropriated, so the way to appropriate revenue in the TOT fund would be to add the $250,000 to contingency to be allocated by the TOT board.
I appreciate that. So you're asking the board then to take contingency and allocate it for current programs, for programs that are currently included in this budget?
That would be up to the TOT board, but yes.
I'm understanding. Thank you.
All right, we're going to vote on the amendment, unless I think
Yes.
City Manager would like to say something.
I just wanted to clarify that contingency funds are typically used, under budget law to fund unanticipated expenses. So I don't know that it would go into contingency, but probably rather deciding where the allocation would be in the expenditure budget.
Is there a program line item?
It's so defined in the TOT budget. I mean, there isn't just a generic program line item. I suppose we could appropriate it in an unspecified line item in materials and services and then allocate it. I mean, I don't believe that contingency is the appropriate place for it if we're intending to allocate it immediately. If that's the desire of the council to allocate it immediately, I think it needs to be appropriated.
It would appear to me problematic to allocate this to contingency because of the budget law
I would
requirement.
agree
It
with
has to be unexpected.
I would agree
Madam Mayor,
with
I'll
you.
amend my amendment. I'll
Yes.
change my amendment with the concurrence of the second, and I would move the $250,000 to unspecified grant funding. And that is on 182 of the budget. So basically, you take money from city programs, minus 250, put it into unspecified grant funding, 250,000. The TOT budget doesn't change. Put $250,000 from, as I've identified, half from contingency, half from emergency medical services, and put that money into the Parks Fund. Therefore, it's an appropriated amount of money to an item which is currently in the budget.
Yes, that would
That should
work.
satisfy the needs of the city manager, I believe, unless there are other concerns.
And budget law. As
interpreted by the city attorney. Thank you very much.
And one clarification on the EMS fund. It depends upon the way that the fund was established. If it was established by resolution, budget law requires a certain process. If it was established by motion, you can treat it as you're doing tonight. It has not been the practice of the council to establish dedicated funds by resolution, and so Councilor Cannon's motion would be in order, actually.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to vote on Councilor Cannon's amendment. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails. And I believe we have to say the nays. All right, let's start with Councillor Bennett.
Say nay.
Okay.
I also say nay.
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 All right. Aye, all right. Motion.
Have a roll call.
Thank you. Motion fails for lack of a majority. All right. I'm going to grant about a 2.5-minute recess, 3-minute recess. I know that people who were here to testify during the top budget would probably like to go home and get on with their lives. So we'll give people a chance to kind of reorder in the council chambers, and we'll try to get back here in about 3 minutes. If you'll take your seats again, we'll continue. Thanks, everybody. All right, picking right up where we were. We will be going back to the original motion, but I understand, Councillor Dickey, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a friendly amendment to the original motion regarding that was using option 3. I would like to move that the city manager come back with a staff report after the first quarter with the financials.
Okay.
So that we can have that information.
So for point of clarification, your amendment would be to amend option 3 to require a report to come back from the city manager at
Yes.
the end of the
First quarter.
first quarter?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And we don't have a second for that.
Second.
All right. It's been moved by Councillor Dickey and seconded by Councillor Clem. Yes, Councillor Clem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't know if you wanted to speak to your motion, but the second amendment I was going to offer was almost exactly that, and that is that we have a quarterly budget committee meeting. And so it sort of makes sense that you would likely be providing us an update of all the funds after the first quarter anyway.
Yes.
It seems like the budget committee, which includes council, would review that information if revenues and expenses are ahead or behind. We could make supplemental budget recommendations even at that time if we felt confident, up or down, depending on the trend. So I just want to ask the maker of the motion, is that in the context of the budget committee process?
Sure, the Budget Committee would see that, but I wanted to make sure that it actually comes to this body as well. I was encouraged by some of the facts and figures that TOT recipients gave us in terms of their projections, in terms of what we got from staff for the last couple of months. Our TOT revenues are up, and so I think it's reasonable to take a look at the numbers after the first quarter, and that would give these folks some reassurance, and knowing that we are watching this and will be monitoring closely.
Okay, is there further discussion? All right, I'm sorry, Councillor Cannon, did you have your hand up a moment ago?
I did, but I was going to make a subsequent motion, so this one's on the floor first.
Okay, fine, thank you. All right, there is a friendly amendment to the original motion. It's been moved by Councillor Dickey and seconded by Councillor Clem. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right. Now, Councillor Cannon.
Amendment to the motion that's on the floor. Councillor Bennett's motion with the substitution of option 1 versus option 3. And if I get a motion, second, I'll speak to the motion. Kelly Jacobs reports tonight, which is new information, that we have $1.8 million currently for this fiscal year The expectation is for $2.2 million for the upcoming fiscal year. The proposed 11-12 upcoming fiscal year is 2.2 pursuant to her projections based upon her history. And so I believe that at this point in time, option 1, based upon staff's input as to the actual dollars that we have received, is the appropriate option to handle or to go forward with at this time. Thank you.
Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry, you did second it. All right. It's been moved by Councillor Cannon and seconded by Councillor Clem to amend the original motion to return to the option 1 in the list of options for the top funding. All those in, excuse me, Councillor Clem?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in support of the motion, given that we've amended the original motion to do a quarterly review. If we're concerned that we're going to over-allocate and then have to pull back, then after the first quarter, we can pull back, we can make budgetary time. It's within the 10%. So council, without the budget committee, could look at the end of the first quarter and say the projections aren't there and make adjustments at that time. So it's in that spirit of being flexible that I want to support this motion so that these tourism entities can get about the business of planning the year. We appointed these citizens to provide us advice given their expertise in their field. They did so. We're on track with 10-11 budget. I have every confidence, and if we aren't on track with 11-12, that they'll make the adjustments. I'm very concerned that we're judicious in how we allocate the budget, but to say that we need to make the cuts when we're already on track with the budget for this year, and with the increases proposed, it flies in the face of what our citizens have advised us. This city is becoming known for a number of things, and it isn't the legislature, and it isn't chickens. It's about how we support our own entities, both profit and nonprofit. This is not a story about nonprofits. This is a story about livability. So I would encourage that we take a very sanguine look at what we're proving here, approve the budget as submitted, make adjustments, because we would anyway. We've had a lot of discussion about we need to make cutbacks. There's been no evidence suggested why we need to cut it back. The fund's ahead 5%. I'm sort of amazed. It's like we got to make cuts somewhere, so we'll just pick the TOT fund. Well, that's the one that actually pays for itself. It's the one that doesn't come out of property tax. It comes from people visiting. And I'm in marketing, and you have to spend marketing dollars to make marketing dollars. And we entertain this romantic idea of cuts when, in fact, it's people from out of town that are paying for it, and it's for stuff in town, and it's to even project us at a higher growth rate for revenues the next year. So I would encourage option 1. And we can make adjustments after the first, second, third quarters, because we would anyway. And so I would recommend that we have faith in what the citizens have advised us to do.
Councillor Clausen, and then Councillor Nanke.
Kelly, I have another history question for you. Why, if we have the ability to adjust every quarter, did we get in a bind in 09-10?
We adjusted immediately in 09-10. When we saw revenue coming in lower than anticipated at the beginning of the fiscal year, and the city manager and the deputy city manager and I met almost immediately that fiscal year and began planning what could be done to manage revenue coming in lower than anticipated.
So the comment was earlier that if we didn't make a decision, or if we went to December, January to adjust funds, sorry, I'm thinking it through in my head. If we went through in December and January and looked at the funds, none of the money would have been committed up till that point anyway, correct? as in none of the events would have taken place?
Well, no, it's true that events occur, the fiscal year beginning in July, events occur in July, August, September, throughout the fiscal year. So when, in 09-10, when we looked at reductions, we didn't look at the events as a place to make reductions. And in fact, the board this year is not looking at a substantial number of events as a place to make reductions. They're looking at those that just scored the lowest in their scoring, in the board scoring of those applications, and one that was disqualified. So the events have not been looked at in that way.
Of the $100,000 in proposed cuts, those don't happen till after January.
Of the 100,000 in proposed cuts, approximately 80,000 would occur after January, as you're describing it.
Okay, so if we did come and look at it at first or second quarter, we would have the ability, if we did get into a $100,000 bind, we would have the ability still to do something short of making drastic cuts in 1 or 2 or 3 areas.
Just like you so aptly described earlier, where we would look to them to make their reductions, we would be giving them the full benefit of their allocation until the final quarter.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, excuse me, Councillor Nanki.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, and if I recall, Councillor Cannon made the motion to reduce that 100,000 based on staff concern that revenues may not come in as we were expecting. So at that time, it was prudent if our estimates now are that fund will be whole. I don't see putting people on, a hostage run, knowing that we can still cut them back like we did in 09-10. So I don't necessarily have an issue unless staff can say we shouldn't do that.
Okay, are there further comments? All right, we have a motion on the floor made by Councillor Cannon, seconded by Councillor Clem. We'll now vote on that motion. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. By the amendment, which is to go with option 1 regarding the top budget.
Right.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
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 Roll
Okay,
call.
roll call for nay.
Just do roll call.
Just a roll call vote.
Councillor Bennett?
Nay.
Councillor Tessler?
Nay.
Councillor Nanki?
Aye.
Councillor Clausen?
Aye.
Councillor Dickey?
Aye.
Councillor Thomas?
Aye.
Councillor Cannon?
Aye.
Councillor Clem?
Aye.
Mayor Peterson?
Nay. All right, sounds like the ayes have it. The motion carries. Okay.
No, has a comment on the budget.
Okay. The motion we have on the floor now is back to the motion that was made by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Tessler with the amendment of option 1 instead of option 3 with regard to the top budget. Right, okay. Now, are there comments or questions? Councillor Cannon and then Councillor Tessler.
Oh, I don't have comments.
Oh, all right.
I'm going to speak to the motion now.
Okay.
I'm going to indicate that I will vote no on the motion. This is both in the form of debate as also in the form of an explanation of my vote. The budget, first of all, let me clearly indicate that I think the city manager's staff, the budget committee, and the city staff that does the budget does a remarkable job. And for those people out there, this is the budget. If you have some sense, and it weighs a good 6 pounds, 2 reams of paper at least. As part of this budget, we make lots of decisions. One of those decisions, well, 2 decisions that I really, that come to the point that, as a matter of philosophy for me, we collect roughly $60 million in property taxes. That's very good. For a city our size, we're doing very, very well. We have, over the years, and I'll get to the numbers just momentarily, but we have done so well that we have saved a great deal of money. Currently, we're sitting at $16.8 million. Our emergency medical services fund is sitting at $4 million. So that's $20 million. We have revenues each year in the vicinity of $110 million. Some of that's accounting, so let's just get cowboy numbers and say it's $100 million general fund. We have contingency funds of 20%. For me, that is philosophically wrong. These are taxpayers' dollars. They need to be spent on the taxpayers. Now, if we're going to collect the money, we should spend the money. It is true, and I totally agree with a prudent person reserve fund, which I would think would be in the 5 to 7.5% range. Once you get above 10%, and then you push where we are right now at 20%, that's too much. We have chosen to hold $10 million too much in reserve. I'm old. I remember the old process before Measure 5. We used to have a statute on the books that allowed taxpayers to come in and say, if you're collecting too much money and you're not spending it on behalf of the taxpayers, they had a right to sue you and take you to court and ask for a property tax reduction. So local governments repeatedly held their contingencies very low. In today's world, we're building contingencies. That means we're really rich. Now, there is an argument that this is all one-time money, and therefore it cannot be spent. Or it's got to be held over for the next fiscal year. Well, 3 years ago, we had $12 million. The next year, we had 14. We had 15 last year. Now we have 16.8. We're building large contingencies. And the Emergency Medical Services Fund is just, as far as I'm concerned, that's $4 million over budgeted. So, philosophically, I do not believe in where we're going. I believe that staff and the city manager have done a fantastic job. I commend everyone. But this is, in my belief structure, we ought to give the money back to the taxpayers, or we ought to spend the money on the taxpayers' behalf. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councillor Nanke?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, and then, all right, and then Councillor Clausen.
Clarification in regards to the amendment by Councillor Dickey. I think it's irrespective of whether or not we were option 1 or option 3, it's to bring back the status of the tot revenues at the quarterly point.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Yes.
Because it basically wasn't stated as part of the amended series. And I was getting some strange looks back and forth with the city attorney on whether or not that was still meaningful in the current motion status.
Yes, and we do already bring a quarterly financial report back to the Budget Committee. So that would be a part of that analysis. And I think Councillor Dickey's motion was to just assure that's going to happen, and so that City Council can look at it and make an adjustment.
If there
they
were
wanted
issues
to.
with it.
Yeah.
I believe, though, as a matter of parliamentary procedure, your concern, Councilor Nanke, is correct. Her amendment was to option 3.
Correct.
And when Councilor Cannon proposed to substitute option 3 for option 1, Councilor Dickey's motion
well played.
Went the way.
Councillor Clausen?
Sorry.
That's all right.
Parliamentary nerd speak aside. A couple, I'm in support of the motion as it stands now as amended, and as pointed out by Councilor Nenke, we are looking at a horizon in about 4 or 5 years where our beginning fund balance is going to be $0.
3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years if we don't make a change now. So I think Councilor Cannon's concerns are well spoken, and my personal opinion is that, you know, if I see a lean time coming ahead of me and I see that next year I might not have employment, I'm going to save some money right now, and I'm going to make sure I've got money going into that lean time. It's going to save us all a lot of heartache. It's going to make our cuts a little bit easier as we scale back our services. I know that they're coming, and you know, if I had my druthers, I'd rather start scaling back now, but I'm a little late on that coming in. And also, as to the EMS fund, I believe that that fund is established with some pretty explicit end goals and desires in mind, as Chief Niblock mentioned, and for what those funds are specifically being saved for. They're not just aimlessly being put into a bank account. So I just want to make sure that people understand that the money is there for a reason. And in my opinion, we need to keep that beginning fund balance strong, because it'd be financially irresponsible of us to just spend that down when we're coming into a lean time that we know is coming. And I don't see even a great market rebound right now this year starting tomorrow as making that go away for us, the way our money comes in through our tax rolls. So I'm in support of the amendment as is, and I'm in support of keeping a strong beginning fund balance so that our options are more open to us in the next few years.
Okay, Councilor Nanki?
Yeah, just to comment on overall budget, if I had any reservations that we know that we have a dipping the wrong direction curve, and that we didn't potentially cut more this year to make that a more of a gradual transition versus seeing kind of what the school district went through this year with mass drop off the cliff type activities. But as we went through the budget debriefing sessions, we're going to be talking early and often, starting like right
This
after
fall.
or July 1st. So look forward to those to try to make sure that we're doing it in a logical, rational, slope manner, and we go in with our eyes wide open.
Thank you. Councilor Clem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The characterization that this budget is some sort of an increase, it dollar-wise is an increase over the previous year.
In terms of beginning fund balance.
In terms of beginning fund balance, but in terms of total general fund activity, it's $114 million, which is more than previously. So anybody doing statistics could say the city's increasing its budget, and they would be correct. Well, one of the things I'm remembering from the early part of the budget season is we're actually making cuts in people. I mean, we've reduced our FTE count. I want to make sure I understand that while the dollars may show an increase in the budget, there are some areas where we're cutting back services. Could you just quickly recap characterize what that accurately is?
Excuse me. We cut about 6.75, I think, positions in water and sewer. I may be off by a quarter of a position there. And we've recently just had to cut 6 positions in Housing Authority, and we cut either 5 or 6 positions in Building and Safety this spring. I think we've cut over 70, I think about 75, 77 positions out of the general fund in the last 3 years. We didn't have to make any significant reductions in the general fund this year because we've really pared down again over that last 3 years' time.
But we've got 6.5 positions less than what we've had previously. And that's after making 66 cuts the year before.
Right.
Okay. Again, I want to characterize that the FTE is going down, so the amount of people we have for the per capita is actually less than what it was before, even though increasing costs have risen the dollars higher. So I want to make sure that that's accurate, Linda.
Last year, in the budget, we had 1,196 positions. This year, we have 1,188, essentially, positions.
So 8.
So we've we have reduced. In 2003-04, we had 1,192 positions. So we had more in 3-4 than we will have going into this next budget, and we have a larger city and more population. So we've continued just to get more efficient and really be very careful about how we're staffing to reduce the staff as we've gone.
We have fewer FTE than when I came on council, is what I was trying to get at for me in terms of looking at the budget. But I want to characterize that we're actually saving a whole lot more, to Councilor Cannon's comments. We're establishing a pretty healthy rainy day fund to offset the diminishment over the next couple of years. In this next year, our ending fund balance will go from 16 to what?
To about 12 to 14, depending what, 14 million, depending what our savings will be. And we'll continue to try to work throughout the year to achieve savings so that we have more of a gradual decline instead of a
But if we
clip.
stay with that budget, if we execute the budget that we're asked to approve tonight, we're actually going to spend $3 million,
we'll start spending
$3 million more than we bring in.
That's right. And
even with the
council's-
reductions in FTE.
That's right. And City Council's financial policy is we have about a 15% beginning fund balance. We're just a little above that now, but we'll be below that by the end of the fiscal year.
Councillor Clausen and then Councillor Nanke.
Just real quick, right along those lines, Manager Norris, what is our necessary beginning fund balance in order to make it past November when we receive our property tax income?
We would, it depends on what the expenditures are, but generally, we need about 3 months, Kelly, is that correct? About 3 months of operating expenses, and that's about 10 million.
It's about 21 million.
Yeah. Okay. So, and that's for people who are watching. Most of our general fund revenue we receive from property tax in November, and so we're still funding services from July 1st until November.
Councillor Nanke?
Yeah, follow up on members testifying before us tonight in regards to the water sewer franchise fee and knowing that that's come up in the council goal setting session. I'd like for them to know when we will be actually addressing what we're going to do in that regard. I know we have another council goal setting session coming to finish that up.
Right.
There was suggestion that we put it on a ballot. I think we need to address it actually as a council sooner rather than later to give, citizens a notion of what we're doing and actually maybe like speed the wheels of government up to discuss it rather than the slow wheels that tend to churn out and basically lose our opportunity to, if we so choose, incorporate it in next year's budget.
Okay, does someone else have a comment? I think Councillor Cannon had a comment.
Not wanting to disagree too much with the city manager, but the city manager's memo to council and the budget committee on April 6, 2011, all of the positions eliminated that you just discussed, this is on B2, if you'd like to look at it, were non-general fund positions. And last year, we added 14 positions to the general fund, and that vote was 5-3. Commissioner Nanke and I were on the short end of that stick. But just to quote the city manager, revenue, workload, or operational needs resulted in recommendations to eliminate some positions. Citywide, the recommended budget eliminates a net of 6.25 FTE. In the general fund, a total of 0.25 FTE are eliminated. And then it goes on to explain where the remaining 6 positions are eliminated. We added 14 positions last year. Yep. Commissioner Nanke and I disagreed with that. This year, we're eliminating 0.25. And I'll just go back and indicate to everyone what our ending fund balances were in previous years. 07, we had 11. 08, we had 12. 09, we had 14. 10, 15. This year, 16. we're hoarding money. And that is all well and good if that is what the majority of this council wants. I just want to indicate that philosophically grates with my belief structure that if we're going to take property tax dollars and dollars through franchise fees and other fees of the general public, we ought to spend those monies on behalf of the citizens of our community. Trying to have a glide slope is really difficult because that's what this whole process is all about. You've got a whole bunch of money and you want to have a glide slope. Well, that's all well and good, but during the glide slope, we have people who are not receiving services. We have money that we could put into TOT. We have money we can put into parks. We have money that we could help the Women's Crisis Center. But we don't do that. We hold on to the money because we want to make it easier on the city council in the future. Good my gracious, folks, that's what we hired on to do. That's what we get paid the big bucks, which is nothing, of course. But we hired on to make those decisions in the future. So that's why I'm voting no. And I appreciate where everybody's coming from, but these are tax dollars. They belong to the public. They don't belong to the city of Salem, and they need to be spent on the behalf of the citizens of our community. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Tessler.
Thank you for that particularly illuminating dialogue. I think that I was also voted to represent fiduciary responsibility on this council too. And I think that fiduciary responsibility does not include the spend as you go strategy. And I have serious concerns about, I seem to remember a rainy day fund in the state of Oregon. I'm young. I want to have money when I'm old. I want people in the city to be working in 2 years. I don't want to lay off 500 people in 3 years like the school district did. I have friends that don't have a job of June 30th because of bad financial planning by the school district. We pay a city manager quite a bit of money to manage our money, and I think that she's doing a very good job the way that we're doing. I totally disagree with your spending discussion tonight. I don't really want to dwell on that. What I really want to dwell upon is TOT. And we are making a serious mistake in TOT. You know, the reason why there was the $100,000 was because it was stolen from facilities maintenance to put back into grants. And that did help people at the time, but it is not helping us now. One of the charter things of TOT is to use that money, and this is from section 56, which is number 3, improvements to or operation of major tourist attraction or cultural facilities. Ward 2 contains Bush Park and Riverfront Park, which are the 2 major generators of TOT events. There are 3 things in TOT that generate money: the Salem Art Fair, World Beat Festival, and softball. And Councilor Clem voted to, not put that maintenance money back into the budget so we can maintenance the softball fields, which are a major generator of TOT income in Ward 8. So now we are in the position of having to bleed that money from the general fund and from parks maintenance and other wards, 3, 4, 5, 8, 7. That's where we'll be looking. So, as a person that has huge facilities to maintain and doesn't have any money to maintain them, that's not striking a chord with me. It's not striking a chord. This is not a sustainable way to run a city. I agree. Should we hoard? I don't think we're hoarding. I think we're being wise. We're parceling the money out appropriately. We're having money in the future. This rosy revenue, I don't know where this rosy revenue comes from. It's not the revenue I hear. So I think you're setting yourself up for disaster. If you voted for option 1 tonight, you set yourself up for disaster. And we have serious policy issues that we need to discuss with TOT. And I do not want the TOT board tonight to feel that I don't respect the effort and time that you put into TOT, because I do. But we have serious policy issues with TOT. We've had them for some time. We need to address them. And I'm sorry to make you feel like you're disrespected, but I don't want to do that. And just in closing, I'll just say this is foolhardy policy to spend like that. It's foolhardy. If you don't save for later, you're going to be eating dog food when you're old because you don't have a retirement. And this is Very, very dangerous precedent you are setting tonight. Everyone who voted yes, you are setting a very, very dangerous precedent. So just think about that. I encourage you to think about that. And do spend some time looking at the top budget. I spent about 15 hours last week. Thank you, staff, for indulging my sudden need to be knowledgeable. And this is based, my vote was based on financial decision, looking at reams of paperwork from Todd. Not just what would make me feel good tonight. Because it didn't make me feel good to vote no. Thank you.
Councillor Nanki.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just as far as speaking to last year's budget and the setup for this one, I too think that the city manager did a wonderful job, and then council opted to override that suggestion and added several people back into the budget. That being said, knowing where we're going down the road, until this council could actually not push it off to the next council and the next council and the next council and basically right-size this budget balanced to the future, leave my contingency funds alone because we're going to need them something sorely. Bob Wells had always said some council in the future is going to have to stop pushing it forward and actually right-size the budget, and we need to do that. And hopefully that'll be in this next budget session. So we don't have to say, oh, and looking out, we're going to go negative. That said, I'm ready to vote. We
All
still
right.
got 3 public hearings.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. The motion was made by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Tessler to accept the recommendation with substituting option 3 for option 1. Excuse me, substituting option 1 for option 3.
Correct.
All right. Councillor Clem?
Not wanting to hold us here longer, but does an amendment need to be made to do that first quarter review on the amended motion? If that's the intent of council, I shall make that motion.
It can be handled administratively.
Yes, we'll be
Got
bringing it back anyway.
Don't need to make it, let's move on.
Okay. All right. We're going to vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. All right. We're going to move on to item 8C, which has another public hearing. The public hearing regarding the state revenue sharing funds is now open. Will the recorder please introduce it?
The Salem City Council will now hold a public hearing to receive testimony regarding the proposed use of state revenue sharing funds by the city, including as an offset against property taxes levied by the city for fiscal year 2011 through 2012.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
There is, Mayor Peterson, and I will be very brief.
Thank you, that's fine.
The final budget-related public hearing this evening involves the city's receipt of State of Oregon shared revenues, specifically the 14% of state liquor revenues allocated to Oregon cities. This public hearing is the second of 2 required by law. The first hearing, which was held on April 20th, covered the possible uses of the state revenue sharing funds, and the second hearing this evening covers the proposed use of the funds in the city's fiscal year 11-12 budget. And again, this public hearing this evening was noticed in the Statesman Journal on June the 1st, 2001. The Budget Committee recommended full allocation of the estimated $1,106,200 of state revenue sharing funds to offset the cost of providing police patrol services. Staff recommends approval of Resolution 2011-35, electing to receive state revenue sharing funds.
Thank you. We have one person signed up for the public hearing on item 8C, and that's Dan Motley. Would you please come to the podium? And you have 3 minutes. You will need to state your name and address again, please.
My name is Dan Motley again, and I live in Ward 6 again. My testimony tonight on state revenue sharing should be fairly brief, both in your opinion and mine. My understanding is that this is state revenue from liquor sales. I understand that the recommendation is that it goes to fund police department activities. I support the police department activities completely and wholly. However, if you can find some way to put this money elsewhere and fund the police operations in an equivalent amount with some other source, such as property tax. Sounds crazy, huh? I'd like to see this money go towards reducing my water and sewer bill and impending increases. The offset is that the reason this money exists is from the citizens consuming liquor, wondering how the heck they're going to pay their water and sewer bills. So if we lower the water and sewer bill, then we won't have this liquor problem. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Motley? All right, thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Councillor Bennett, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move the staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Cannon to accept the staff recommendation. Is there discussion? Would you like to speak to the motion?
No, I don't want to drive anyone to drink. This appears to be the most direct way to accomplish the goals we're after, which is having an effective police department in Salem.
Councillor Nanke.
Yeah, just a clarification, those state shared revenues are not solely from alcoholic beverage sales. They also include gas taxes as well as tobacco sales taxes. And the amount of said tobacco taxes that we get is just slightly over $254,000. Just to make point of record on that sum that does come to us, and for verification, none of those funds are really targeted to the police department. They come into the general fund as a revenue, and we spend them with all the other general fund revenues. Some of that going to the police department, but there's no targeting of any funds. Am I correct in that?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Sean O'Day, Deputy City Manager. Councilor, you are correct in some instances, but not in others. We do have sources of state shared revenue that are dedicated, State Highway, 911. Others are not necessarily dedicated, but they are not the subject of this hearing. This hearing is required just for this portion of the alcohol revenues. And historically, even though it's not dedicated, the justification, as I understand it, the state legislature for collecting this is to help offset the local government law enforcement costs associated with alcohol compliance, whether it's sales to minors or licensing determinations or just dealing with the effects of alcohol use in the community was one of the justifications and one of the reasons why this hearing, I think, exists in state law.
Correct. Thanks.
Did that answer your question?
Yep.
Right.
All right, any other questions, discussion on this motion?
Nah, let's vote.
All right. The motion was made by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Cannon to accept the staff report. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We have another public hearing. We have several more. We're just cranking them out here. Okay, this is going to be a public hearing on item 8D. Would the hearings, would the recorder please introduce it?
The Salem City Council will now hold a public hearing to receive testimony regarding variance adjustment site plan review case 11-02 for property located at 2300 Michigan City Lane Northwest, Salem, Oregon. The criteria that are applicable to the decision are contained in SRC 115.020, 116.020, and 163.070B. failure to raise an issue in the hearing in person or by letter, or failure to provide statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes an appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. A similar failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Any participant may request an opportunity to present additional evidence, arguments, or testimony regarding the application. The City Council shall grant such request by continuing the public hearing or leaving the record open for additional written evidence, arguments, or testimony.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. I'm Brian Colborn, planner with the Community Development Department, and I'm here this evening to give the staff presentation for the council review of Variance Adjustment Site Plan Review, Case 11-02, located at 2300 Michigan City Lane, Northwest. At this time, I would like to enter into the record the staff report and its attachments. The request before you tonight is an application for a 9.5-foot tall chain link fence with barbed wire and privacy slats located at an unstaffed telecommunications switch facility owned and operated by Sprint. The request has 3 parts to it. There's a variance, which is to allow barbed wire fencing in a residential district. There's a zoning adjustment to allow a 9.5-foot tall fence in a residential district. And then there's a site plan review request because the fence requires a building permit. This is an aerial photo of the vicinity. The Sprint facility was built in 1987, back when the property was still located within Polk County. In 2007, approximately 5.7 acres of land to the south and west of the subject property, shown here in blue and white, plus the Michigan City Lane right-of-way north of the subject property, was annexed to the city of Salem. The 25-lot Bella Rosa Villa subdivision was granted tentative approval on these 5.7 acres also in 2007. In December of that year, the surveyor for the Bella Rosa subdivision contacted the city about Sprint's facility encroaching into the Michigan City right-of-way. Initially, there was some uncertainty about whether there really was an encroachment due to the 1924 records, which were quite old and vague about the exact description of Michigan City Lane. The encroachment was an important issue to resolve because as a condition of the Bella Rosa subdivision development, Michigan City Lane must be improved to a collector street standard along its entire frontage, including the Sprint frontage. The surveyor told the city at that time that he would have to design the road improvement to meander northerly in order to avoid the Sprint facility, and a portion of the masonry wall would be within the vision triangle at the corner of Wallace and Michigan City Lane. And the existing bollards and keypad would have to be removed to make room for the sidewalk. After doing much research of the surveying records for the area, the city was convinced that the masonry wall was encroaching into the Michigan City Lane right-of-way, approximately 16 to 17 feet, as shown on this slide. And Sprint concluded that we were correct. Sprint then asked the city to consider vacating the right-of-way or even leasing it to them for the long term, but neither of those options were acceptable. Ultimately, the city and Sprint came to the following, agreed to resolve the issue in the following way. You can see here in green on this slide is the existing chain link fence with barbed wire. And then that L-shaped portion right on the corner is the portion of the wall proposed to be removed. Sprint would remove the L-shaped portion of their masonry wall and replace it with a fence or wall built along the vision clearance diagonal, about that location. And this would resolve the vision clearance problem. In addition, Sprint would remove the existing bollards and keypad from their front gate entry in order to make room for the future sidewalk along the south side of Michigan City Lane that would be constructed by the developer of Bella Rosa subdivision. So you can see there's the proposed chain link fence. And a continuous fence is proposed around the property where you see in green, and then the red items at the top of the screen are the bollard and keypad, which would be removed. It was understood that the Public Works Director would then issue an encroachment permit for only that portion of the Sprint facility that would remain in the Michigan City right-of-way. Sprint is now in the process of planning to remove the L-shaped wall section, the bollards, the keypad, and obtaining approvals for the replacement fence. This is why they have applied for the application that is before you tonight. And I should also mention while we're on this slide that there are 2 condenser units which are mentioned in the staff report. The location of these 2 units has caused some concerns for neighbors, as the neighbors across Wallace Road to the east have complained in the testimony of noise being generated by these units, and that they've expressed also their concern that replacing the wall with a fence could only make the noise issues worse. Written testimony was submitted prior to the hearings officer meeting, and several neighbors and a representative of the West Salem Neighborhood Association spoke at the hearing. Issues raised in testimony included the noise, aesthetics of the proposed fence when compared to the existing walls, and concerns over the continued encroachment of the Sprint facility into the Michigan City Lane right-of-way. Prior to the hearing, staff attended a meeting of the West Salem Neighborhood Association to explain this rather complex application and answer questions of nearby residents. On April 28th, the hearings officer approved the request with 2 conditions as recommended by staff. And here are a few photos of the site. This is a photo of the site from the east side of Wallace Road, looking west. And you can see the existing portion of the chain link fence and the proposed portion of the wall to be removed. And this photo is taken from the subdivision across Wallace Road. And a zoom in of that corner section, the L-shaped section of wall. And this photo is significant because this is approximately what a driver would see if they're stopped at the stop sign at Michigan City Lane with the existing wall configuration. And this location here is approximately where the fence would line up and we'd be built. And so from that location, you can see on this slide how vision could be improved under the proposed fence plan. Looking west up Michigan City Lane. Looking across the intersection at the subdivision. Looking south. And then looking directly east. In conclusion, staff recommends that council affirm the hearings officer decision to approve the request with 2 conditions. Condition 1 requires that Sprint obtain an acoustical analysis that demonstrates the Sprint facility will comply with the Salem noise ordinance when the wall is replaced with the proposed fence. In lieu of providing an acoustical analysis, the condition also allows Sprint to simply build a replacement wall in the location of the proposed fence. Condition 2 requires the approval of a right-of-way encroachment permit prior to construction of the proposed fence. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. We have 2 individuals signed up to testify. And the first one is Brian Steiner. Is that correct? Welcome. Please come to the podium, state your name and address. And you have 3 minutes. You'll see the amber light at the end of 2 minutes and the red light when your time is up.
Okay.
Are you representing the applicant?
My name is Brian Steiner. I'm with George Butler Associates. We're an architecture and engineering firm out of Lenexa, Kansas. And I've been authorized by Sprint to represent them in this matter.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I was to have told you that you have 10 minutes rather than 3 minutes.
I'll keep it short.
That's fine. Thank you.
The primary reason I'm here tonight is just to answer any technical questions that the commission might have. Sprint recognizes the fact that they inadvertently encroached that easement through a series of surveying errors and have been working closely with Public Works to resolve that issue. Very interested in improving the vision triangle at Wallace Road. And we're well aware of the 2 conditions that have came about as part of the variance and zoning adjustment process, and I've been authorized by Sprint to proceed with an acoustical study to determine what the noise level is. to me, that's a black and white issue. SRC 93180 says 50 dBA at night, so we're either over it or under it. I perform simple free field calculations. It doesn't take into considerations any kind of attenuation or any kind of reflectance off of any of the surroundings. But and we've been below the 50 dBA with my simple calculations. The acoustical engineer will be able to give you a more comfortable idea of what those noise levels are. I can also tell you that when I came up for the variance hearing and zoning adjustment, I did take a sound meter with me to the site, and with Wallace Road traffic, I could not detect, the ambient noise was so loud, I couldn't ever get to a point where I was even approaching 50 dBA. It was always around 70 to even as much as 90 if a semi came by. But Sprint is interested in complying with the Salem requirements for noise levels, and should the acoustical engineer come back and tell us we're slightly over, there's things we can do to attenuate that sound. We can put panels on the screen wall, other sorts of things. Also, I think that the fact that we're removing that masonry wall may actually improve the conditions, because you get a lot of reflectance off of that masonry wall, that hard surface from the street traffic. And this is something I never really noticed or paid attention to, but driving up and down, I guess it was Wallace Road, when I got into those areas where there's, hard walls on either side, you really notice that sound level increasing. So I think the real issue here is probably highway traffic more than the Sprint noise. And finally, I'd just like to say this is a very important facility. It doesn't just affect Sprint customers. This is the node that connects the Sprint network to all of the other carriers' networks. So 911 traffic and, emergency response calls funnel through this node facility, and they have had a history in the past of vandalism and trespassing. And that's an issue for this type of facility, because those two condensers that Brian pointed out, if somebody would go in there and steal the copper on those, the switch would overheat in just a matter of hours, and it's an unmanned site. So it's important to maintain a high level of security at these facilities, because it is an essential public service. And I'll open up to any questions you might have.
Thank you. And are there questions? Councillor Clem.
Mr. Steiner, this is in Ward 8, so my questions will be pretty direct.
Okay.
You look like you're ready. You are not a qualified acoustical engineer to be able to professionally certify assertions you made earlier.
Absolutely not.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand the scope of your expertise is with regard to what?
I am a registered architect in the state of Oregon.
Okay, so in terms of design for operational needs. We're talking about condensers, existing generator, and then?
There's an existing emergency standby generator that operates on loss of commercial power and is exercised once a month during the day.
Okay, how many times a day does the equipment start up and run now?
There's really no way to predict that. It all depends on what the process load in the facility is when those kick on. Only one of those condensers runs at a time because they have N+1 redundancy.
So I'm not sure what the testimony will be, but if testimony came in to the point that the thing starts up 20 times a day, and I believe it's diesel, makes a certain amount of noise, you can't address how much noise it's making now, can you?
I'm not an expert in acoustical engineering, but those condensers are not diesel powered. They're basically the same thing that you see at your residential house, except on a larger scale. The compressors and everything are actually located in the building, and all you're hearing on the outside is fan noise.
Okay. And so if I could get to the other point, we saw a picture earlier of the chain link fence, the gate, and it had slats in it, and staff had indicated that they believe that would provide better line of sight. As an architect, certainly a chain link fence is going to offer line of sight, but as an architect, do you believe that a chain link fence with slats on it and barbed wire actually improves line of sight for a state highway, entering a state highway?
Yeah, let me address that. It improves it by the angle that's been proposed. To increase the vision.
Could we see that picture?
I think
Brian?
it's up there actually. If you look at the blue line, that's the angle of the proposed.
Well, I mean the
chain link fence.
photograph. I want us to see what it is that you folks are saying is easier to see traffic with. Can we do that? Is that permissible there? as an architect, I'm wondering if yeah, that chain link fence allows me to see that whatever, that microwave tower and the no trespassing sign. How does it help me see the traffic any easier that's on Wallace?
The chain link fence itself is not going to do anything to improve vision through the chain link fence. And to be honest with you, we could care less about whether privacy slats are included or not. It's just added to kind of buffer from the neighborhood. Where you improve the vision triangle is by the fact that you're not projecting out towards Wallace Road anymore and you're cutting an angle. So you improve as you come around the corner. And actually Sprint authorized me to design whatever I thought was the best solution for that facility. And as an architect, trust me, masonry screen walls, love it. I would rather go that direction. But in this particular case, we're going to have to demo that masonry screen wall out, which is already a risky proposition because we have 3 fiber entrances, which is the lifeblood of this facility that cross that area.
Right.
And to go back with new footings is just increasing the risk factor. And the other problem was as we cut that angle, that you saw in that previous diagram, we're getting really close to that power pole there. So the thought was if the utility needs to do something in the future, it's much easier to take down a chain link fence than to demo a section of masonry screen wall, a lot less disruptive.
Sure. If in fact that whole corner behind the stop sign is gone, there's an aversion to using, I gather, you've asked for a chain link fence, so there's an aversion to using a masonry wall at an angle there. If the city council finds that a masonry wall needs to be constructed instead of a chain link fence, what would Sprint's or your architectural opinion be against a masonry wall? What would your complaint be?
Sprint will build a masonry wall if that's what's requested or required. I would just caution you that the reflectance is a real issue there. And I think, the only concern, and they do appreciate the neighbors' concerns and want to be a good neighbor, but sound level is a concern, and I think that we're actually probably going to improve the situation.
I've just got a lot of faith that architects and engineers can design anything to work. We're told that all the time. So if Sprint were ordered to put a masonry wall in instead of a chain link fence facing Wallace Road, which is Oregon Highway 221, they would do that then, is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right. Other questions? Councilor Bennett.
Yes, thank you. I would like to understand, though, this reflective property you're describing. In other words, what you're saying is if you put up a masonry wall, you're going to reflect sound from the highway back.
From the highway back, because what I noticed with my meter is as I got closer to that masonry screen wall, the sound levels really started to spike up because you're getting reflectance off that solid surface versus some absorption as it passes through the semi-porous material of the chain link fence.
Right, right. So this will actually be worse for the neighbors if we go to a masonry wall, is what you're suggesting.
I'm not going to say that because I'm not an acoustical engineer.
Well, it sounds like what you're saying.
It was just an observation while on site. The bottom line, like I said, I think it's a black and white issue. We get the acoustical engineer out there, and if he says you're over 50 dBA, we got to do something about it.
Okay.
All right, Councilor Nanke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm dealing with similar issues in regards to noise generation and frequency and what have you right now in other areas of my life. But basically what you're describing with the sound wall right there is the tunnel effect.
Yes.
When you're driving through a tunnel in your car and you hit the horn, which people love to do, it's a heck of a lot louder than if you were just driving down the street and blew your horn. There is some reflectance back to the properties across the street. How much that would be attenuated by chain link with slats is, you need to leave it to the acoustical people to figure out what the noise is it within code? And then there's the added benefit that if people are still having an issue with some frequency, they can isolate that from that and see if it's actually coming from their condenser units as well. And then block that with either banking or sound absorption panels as well.
Councilor Clem.
To the tunnel effect that Councilors Bennett and Nanke are bringing up, is it possible for Sprint to provide that information ahead of time before council making a decision, or is this you got to build it and then find out, and then if it's too loud, what are some of the options? I think the neighbors perceive that the wall will actually help not create the tunnel effect
Block
because
this.
they've been living with it since 1987. So, and it would fit the character of the neighborhood better than a chain link fence with a barbed wire on it. So would Sprint provide that acoustical study prior to?
Actually, as part of condition number one, before we get a building permit, we have to engage the services of acoustical engineer to perform that study and tell us what those noise levels are. So
And if
that'll
they're
happen before anything gets built or changed.
Understand, but what if they're too loud?
If they're too loud, then I guess my job is to, working with the acoustical engineer to design some attenuation to get the sound level down, because that's, Salem City ordinance, so they're in violation if they're above it.
Well, they're in violation now because they've encroached in the right-of-way. So let's put things in perspective.
But we're working to address that issue, and if we find through hiring an acoustical expert that tells us we're in violation of the 55 dBA nighttime levels, then Sprint will address it. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, it just seems to me we don't know what you're going to do if it exceeds the 55 dBA.
My initial thoughts were probably an exterior attenuation type of material, panels in that portion of, let's see if I can work Brian's PowerPoint here. Can you pop me back to the floor plan? Yeah. What I was thinking was probably looking at some exterior grade attenuation panels in the portion of masonry screen wall that's going to remain, because, my calcs are showing that we're not exceeding it right now, but if we are, I would be most concerned about reflectance in this area and how that amplifies the sound and projects it out. Ultimately, down the road, I've mentioned this at the variance hearing, technology changes quickly. Sprint may be here or may not be here in a few years. They're rapidly changing the whole character and nature of their network and how they function. But if they're going to be here for the long haul, those condensers are going to end up going on the roof at some point, because this is a revocable license agreement and it's not forever. So ultimately, things are going to change here. But I don't think they want to, if they don't need to, spend the money to put those on the roof right now, because there could be structural issues, other things, if they're not going to be here in a couple of years.
Okay, and then what if, when Michigan City Lane is built out, because it's been annexed into the city, a subdivision's going in, there will be mandated, exacted right-of-way and street improvements. How do we deal with, and maybe Peter can answer this later, but how do we deal with your facility sticking out in the middle of a collector's street?
Well, ultimately, my understanding of that revocable license agreement is at any point, the city of Salem can say, you got to get out of there. And at that point, this is roughly the line of that right-of-way. Sprint will have to pull back to that property. And I would just also like to point out that, this is a really tight site that's kind of evolved over time, so we're kind of limited on what our options are here, with very limited parking. But all of this kind of hatched area that they've shown will eventually go away if you guys exercise your right to revoke that license.
Why can't we just solve that right now with some other options? We know it's going to be a problem when Michigan City expands. So, gets improved, paid for by a developer. So what?
It goes back to the point I made about how fast technology changes these types of facilities. The easiest solution today is, hey, put those condensers on the roof. But in 2 years, when you want that, we may not even need that much cooling in this facility. The facility may not be there. So we're, just like everybody else, people are having to watch their budgets, and Sprint's trying to, not invest a bunch of money at a facility that may not be here. This is a very low-density POP facility. There's not a lot of equipment in there compared to others.
Comparative cost as an architect between that masonry wall and a 9-foot chain link fence with barbed wire on it?
Oh, you're probably looking at a 8-to-1 or 10-to-1 ratio between the two would be my guess.
So it's in Sprint's best interest to go with the lowest cost option?
Yeah, but that wasn't the decision maker. I made the decision as the project architect on which direction to go.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we have another individual. Are there any more questions? We have another individual signed up to speak. I don't know if he is from the Neighborhood Association. E.M. Esterly? Good evening.
Madam Mayor,
Welcome.
E.M. Easterly, 775 Fir Gardens Northwest. Yes, this evening I am representing the Neighborhood Association.
Good, then you have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much. I would hope that the representative from Sprint could be at the other microphone because I have some questions. In presentation, the neighborhood said that it opposed this proposal. And one of the major issues, which has not received a lot of conversation this evening, is the diesel backup generator. That generated a whole lot of questions and issues, and I would be very appreciative if we could see where on the site that generator actually is. Because the conversation about sounds and attenuation were concerned with the condensers, and it would probably be helpful if the council could see where in fact that diesel unit is. Now you were told that it only starts once a month. The neighbors, and those neighbors that I'm speaking about, are across the street where it says Wallace Road, and that would be to the right this way, or up here to the, I guess it's that your direction to your right. And they perceive that stone block wall as a barrier for the sound, particularly from that generator. So when the sound engineers have a go at this, they particularly want to make sure that that generator is indeed a part of the sound analysis.
They do actually have time for rebuttal. I'm wondering if you would like to finish your 5 minutes.
Fine.
If there are other issues that you wanted to bring up, and then they'll come back to the
Come
podium.
back and address that particular concern. The idea of the stone fence, for most, excuse me, I'm using the word stone, the block fence, was to act as a isolator from those folks who are across Wallace Road. And they spent a whole lot of time addressing the issue. Yes, it's louder than the diesel trucks that we heard the representative from Sprint talk about with his sound meter. So that's a real major issue, and I would urge the council to pursue the direction that Councilman Clem suggested, that this be, in fact, a replacement stone fence or stone barrier. Rock, stone is concrete, I'll get it. Masonry, thank you, Councilor Clem, rather than a fence along the way. And while I would urge, and it was certainly suggested, as Councilman Clem suggested, that the adjustments be to the actual line of the property, the right-of-way line there. One of the questions I would also ask of the representative, what is the distance between the Sprint building, the actual building, and the right-of-way line? Because that becomes an issue for neighborhood folk. They don't want to have something that they can't do on their property being permitted in this in terms of the alignment of the building. Now, I do understand that Public Works has taken the position of saying, yes, let us go ahead and allow for this process, and I think you were given a very good explanation in terms of the fact that engineering can change in the next 2 or 3. Who knows for sure when that known subdivision will develop. But those are issues I'm trying to express, the kinds of things and why the opposition came on the part of the Neighborhoods Association for this particular idea. One was the fact that it is not a masonry wall. 2 was that by that being the case, then there would not be an opportunity to have the reflection that we're talking about vis-a-vis the louder sounds from this site going across Wallace Road to those folks. Now, I'll be the first to grant that where the fence is, and because we don't know where that generator is, we don't know what some of the reflection points are, I would hope that those issues would be concerned and discussed by this council before you make a decision. At this point, we ask that you at least modify this request to the level of a masonry fence at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to do 2 things. I want to be sure that we have time for questions with you, but we're going to have to move for an extension of time we're up against the 10 o'clock time. Councillor Bennett, would you like to entertain a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we extend for 15 minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Cannon to extend the hearing, the meeting for 15 more minutes. And we have two more public hearings. We have 20 people signed up for the one on smoking in the parks.
I'd be glad to make a motion in 15 minutes.
15 minutes,
Yeah, I want
okay.
to see how fast this can go.
All right, thank you. All right. It's been moved by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Cannon to extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. No. Who said no? Oh, all right, sorry, thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. Now, are there questions of Mr. Easterly?
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Cannon. Excuse me, Councillor Bennett.
What's that white hair?
EM, who brought this request? Do you know? I mean, where's this?
The original request,
Yeah,
it was by the Sprint organization.
so they brought the request for a variance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. No, we don't have a motion on the floor. We now have questions for staff.
No, they have to do questions first.
We do the questions and then the rebuttal. Is that right? Yes. That's correct. Okay. All right, so we go first to questions for staff.
The applicant always gets the last word.
Right.
If they don't, then they can come back to me.
Okay. All right, questions for staff. I believe it's Councillor Clem, then Councillor Bennett, and then Councillor Nanke. And the staff person who's answering these questions will be?
Madam Mayor, it may depend on how they...
On the question, all right,
On the
okay, let's
question,
go.
but I was just, hopefully Brian maybe can answer. The 9.5-foot fence with barbed wire is not normally allowed in a residential zone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so one of the things we're being asked three things to approve. One of those things is to allow a 9.5-foot tall barbed wire fence, or a fence with barbed wire on top of it, to be allowed in this area.
But the barbed wire is one thing, the height of the fence is the second thing, and then there's a site plan review request which is required because there's a building permit involved.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Have we approved many 9.5-foot fences with barbed wires in residential areas in this city, in residential areas?
No, I think it's pretty safe to say that's fairly unusual. However, this is an unusual site in that it's not a residential use. It's a telephone substation of some sort.
Sure.
So,
Have we seen application yet for the 25-lot subdivision that's going in adjacent to this property, wrapping around this property yet?
it's had tentative plan approval.
Okay, so there's going to be 25 homes.
Right.
I mean, I got it, it's weird. What I don't get is why we're going to deliberately consider putting a prison compound where a wall, at least decoratively or vision-wise, shields an industrial or a utility-based power plant with generators and air conditioners. So now we're going to expose that site of what's in there to the public from Highway 221 if we approve this variance for using a chain link fence with barbed wire on it.
Right, well, the fence will be less of a visual barrier than the masonry wall. The barbed wire is kind of a secondary issue, or it's a second issue. Sprint is telling us that right now, even with the masonry wall, they have a vandalism problem. And their proposed solution is to add the barbed wire. So presumably, even if you change the condition so that it's a masonry wall and not a fence, they're still going to ask for the barbed wire. because of the vandalism issue.
And further measures that they could take to reduce vandalism might include what else, other than barbed wire? Cameras, security patrol once in a while? I mean, everybody faces vandalism, every facility does. They all don't put barbed wire on it, so what are some of the other options to fight vandalism?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of options that somebody that has the expertise in security could talk about. I don't. This is what their proposal is, and that's what we're trying to react to.
Okay, all righty, thanks.
All right. Were there other questions of staff? I believe Councilor Nanki? No, not you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In regards to, just to not have to go to rebuttal for it, emergency generator location is where on said map?
In your staff report packet, the generator building is actually shown on attachment 4 to the original staff report. It is located right here. So
Thank you.
Just south of the.
And it was indicated that that generator exercises during the daytime hours. What is the noise limitation to a sensitive residential receptor during the day as compared to night? When the condensers could run anytime, day or night. If the emergency generators run only during the daytime hours, it's under a different max dB, correct?
I defer to our compliance services administrator, Brady Rogers, on that question.
He's waited all night for this opportunity.
All right, we pulled him down.
Good evening, Mayor Peterson,
Good
councilors. My name is Brady Rogers. I'm the Administrator of Neighborhood Enhancement Division. The sound limitation on the matrix from a commercial source to a noise-sensitive receiver property would be 55 decibels in the daytime, 50 at nighttime, from 10 p.m. till 7 a.m. We are under a new noise code that's gone into effect just a few days ago, which has some exemptions for emergency equipment for utilities as well.
All right, Councilor Clausen?
So I just want to be clear on this too. The noise code is the noise code no matter what. The only difference on this hearings officer opinion is that they need to do the study beforehand as opposed to put the fence in then and determine afterwards if there's an issue.
That's correct.
And then the 9.5-foot fence, you can put a chain link fence on a residential property. Is it just you can't put one that tall?
That's also correct. It would be limited to 6 feet in height on a portion of this property.
And if it was a masonry wall, would that be limited to 6 feet?
That is correct, yeah. On the rear portion of the property, yes.
So either way, there would need to be an exemption if they wanted to go higher than 6 feet.
That's right. That's right. A variance.
Variance, sorry.
Or an adjustment in. Yeah.
Could we make that decision tonight if we wanted to change that? Not that I'm saying I want to, I just want to know if we could.
To make sure I understand the question, to approve the adjustment portion but not approve the variance to the barbed wire?
No, change it to a 9.5-foot masonry wall, say.
Yes, yes.
All right, are there further questions? Councilor Bennett, and then, I'm sorry. Yes, Councilor Bennett, and then Councilor Nanki.
Okay. Looking at this and the location of the generator, it's currently behind a chain link fence. From the folks that are saying, I'm really having a hard time with this generator that goes off once a month and somehow we're going to resolve it with a masonry wall. And I'm trying to understand, are we being asked, is one of the alternatives on the table to put a masonry wall all the way along Highway 221 in that point, or?
No, that's not an alternative.
Oh, okay. So then it would just be this one location if they were to agree to it, and this thing would still be, if it's noisy, pumping the noise through a chain link fence that's pre-existing.
That's correct, yes.
Well, I thought, okay. Well, that doesn't make sense from the testimony I heard. I can't make sense of that.
If I could try and shed some light on that. The blue line you see on the site plan is the area of new work. So it would either be a chain link fence as proposed or a wall along that blue line on the site plan.
What are the neighbors and what are these people talking about in West Salem then, that they want this diesel generator to be heard and they want it behind a wall and all that? That's not even on the table here. Is it or is it? That's the part I'm confused by right now.
No, it is not the subject of this hearing. The subject of this hearing is whether or not to allow the encroachment, essentially, of the part of the blue line that does still extend into the right-of-way, to allow that, and to allow that to be a a fence rather than a wall with barbed wire on top. That's the subject of the hearing.
Well, was this testimony you heard at the hearing? I mean, this same kind of testimony about new masonry walls? I really am not tracking this. I'm sorry. Maybe it's because it's getting so late, but I can't. I heard someone talking about a masonry wall, a diesel engine, and it turns out there's a diesel engine, no masonry wall, no proposal for a masonry wall, merely continuation of a chain link fence that already exists. I can't figure out the problem.
Essentially, the decision before you tonight is whether or not to approve where you see a blue line there on the site plan. The applicant has proposed a chain link fence with barbed wire. Staff has required that they submit an acoustical analysis that demonstrates that that chain link fence complies with the design, complies with the noise ordinance, or they can simply build a wall, which would essentially be replacing that L-shaped wall with a wall back along the blue line for vision clearance. So it's really just that blue line is where the proposed work would take place.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot more sense. The testimony just didn't add up to what you're saying, I don't think. Okay.
All right, Councilor Nanke.
Yeah, just wanted clarification on when the improvements to Michigan City Lane are expected to take place.
Yeah, Councilor, they'd come in with, when that subdivision is constructed, and the way the street is designed, the developer's engineer actually designed the street so that it avoids the Sprint site, so it'll actually go around. It's still inside of the public right-of-way, but it'll go around that. So at some future point in time, if we ever needed to widen Michigan City Lane beyond what the subdivision is improving, then we would have to call the encroachment agreement, but
Then we would execute the revocation of.
we would revoke it at some point in the distant future. It will not have to be revoked to do the improvement, which includes a curb and a sidewalk and an improved street along the south side of Michigan City when that subdivision comes in.
Is revocation a word?
Revocation.
Okay. Just figured I'd ask that one. Two other quick ones. The existing masonry wall and fence, is it 9.5 feet high? Or how high is it?
It really varies in height because there's a slope there. The application, and I'll let the applicant speak to this also, but I believe it's somewhere around 8 feet, ranging up to 9.5 feet. But I'll let the applicant speak directly to that.
Okay. And then lastly, even though it's not subject to the hearing, the diesel generator, they can program that to run any time of the day, to where if a neighbor has an issue with the specific time it's running now, they might want to contact said facility, and they could make it in mid-afternoon, 10 in the morning. It just needs to be exercised to charge its battery set. So if there's an issue with the time of day that it's currently running, that's an option to remove that nuisance.
Okay, are there further questions for staff? All right, the public hearing is now closed.
Rebuttal before closure.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that it's time for a rebuttal.
Just a few points of clarification. In the interest of full disclosure, I keep hearing, the generator runs once a month. It runs once a month when they exercise it, but anytime you lose commercial power, it's going to run. And To the best of my knowledge, there is some flexibility in when they exercise that generator. I think it's even done remotely. I don't think they physically come on site to do it. They just kick it up and do the transfer because it's like any engine. It has to run every now and then or it's in trouble. As far as the height of the existing masonry screen wall, it's going to be removed. Brian was right. It varies quite a bit because of the grade change around there. But the design intent of the original construction, which I wasn't a part of, was for an 8-foot high masonry screen wall, but at some portions it's approaching 9.5 to 10 feet as grade dips down around the corner of the building. And I also just like to add that the new fence that we're proposing is the exact same height, style, and type as the existing chain link fence there. We're just wanting to tie into it, continue it on. As an architect, because we were kind of forced into this kind of askew angle, I just wanted something that didn't call attention to itself and went away, and I felt that building a masonry wall at that weird angle just didn't feel right to me. That's it.
All right. The public hearing is now closed. Councillor Clem, this is in your ward. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I move that City Council amend the decision of the hearings officer approving the encroachment and approving the building permit conditions, but requiring a masonry wall and not approving the chain link fence, the variance for the chain link fence.
Is there a second?
If I could, just to clarify?
All right. Is that point of order?
No, actually, I was going to do that myself. I think, Councilor Clem, what you're saying is that you would affirm the decision, but modify condition number 1 by deleting paragraph number 1.
That's correct.
And requiring the construction of the masonry wall.
Which is paragraph 2.
Yes.
Under the first condition.
Okay. Does that address your concern, Mr. Gross?
I just want to make sure that the approval does or doesn't include the barbed wire on top of the wall.
The motion does not speak, it would include the barbed wire.
Okay. Councillor Clem, could you repeat
Sure.
your motion, please?
Madam Mayor, point of order, we're tied.
Oh, thank you. All right, Councillor Bennett?
Madam Mayor, I'll move for a half an hour extension.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for a half-hour extension. All those in favor, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, call for roll vote.
Which way is it?
Counselor Bennett?
Aye.
Counselor Tessler?
Nay.
Counselor Nanki?
Nay.
Counselor Clausen?
Aye.
Counselor Dickey? Aye. Counselor Thomas?
Nay.
Counselor Cannon?
Aye.
Counselor Clem?
Nay.
Mayor Peterson?
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
All right, the ayes have it.
I guess they can.
Motion carries. We'll extend for 30 minutes from now. Thank you. And we were in the middle of, I believe that Councillor Clem was restating his motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that council amend the hearings officer decision to allow the encroachment, to allow the barbed wire top of the fence, but to require number 2 on condition number 1, which is masonry wall instead of a chain link fence. Is that?
All right, is there a second? All right, then the motion dies for lack of a second. Yes, Councillor Clem and Councillor Cannon first, please.
Madam Mayor, I would move staff recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Cannon and seconded by Councillor Bennett to accept staff recommendation. I believe Councillor Clem had his hand up. Is there discussion?
No
Yes.
discussion from Councilor Cannon.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clem?
Yes, I would move a substitute motion that council rescind the hearings officer decision.
Is there a second to that motion? All right, that motion fails, so we're back to the motion made just a moment ago.
Call for the question.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move on.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, was it just Councilor Clem that voted no on that? Okay.
Yeah, oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Okay.
I know that that's like.
All right. The public hearing regarding an ordinance to prohibit smoking in parks is now open. Will the recorder please introduce it?
The Salem City Council will now hold a public hearing to receive testimony regarding ordinance bill number 1911 relating to smoking in parks, amending SRC 94010 and 94960, creating new provisions and declaring an emergency. The ordinance amends Salem Revised Code, Chapter 94, that addresses offenses in parks. The ordinance creates a new section in the chapter that would make it unlawful for any person to smoke or carry any burning smoking instrument while in any park.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Mark Bechtel. I'm the Parks and Transportation Services Manager for Salem Public Works. Given the hour, I'll try to do this presentation as very quickly as I can, and we have a lot of people who'd like to speak, but it is important that we explain this ordinance. The issue was brought to you this evening is a consideration of proposed ordinance bill number 19-11, which would amend Salem Revised Code, Chapter 94, to prohibit smoking in Salem's parks. On November 29, 2010, Council approved a motion made by Councilor Diana Dickey to have staff prepare a draft ordinance that would prohibit smoking in city parks. Councilor Dickey noted that a number of other cities in Oregon have enacted smoke or tobacco-free parks ordinances. A list of those cities are included in the staff report. The council motion also requested that the draft ordinance be reviewed by the Salem Parks and Recreation Advisory Board prior to being brought to the council for public hearing. I want to acknowledge the assistance of Katrina Brown, the Assistant City Attorney, for her help in drafting this ordinance. The proposed ordinance is divided into 5 sections, and I'd like to very briefly explain 4 of them. Section 1 is the operative portion of the ordinance, and basically subsection A states that it shall be unlawful for any person to smoke or to carry any burning smoking instrument while in any park. In this ordinance, it would be unlawful to smoke or carry a lit cigarette, cigar, pipe, or other smoking equipment. However, this ordinance does not make it unlawful to possess tobacco products in the park. Subsection B defines a park as any public property that is classified as a park in the City of Salem 1999 Comprehensive Park System Master Plan, excluding the Civic Center complex. There was considerable discussion on whether the Civic Center complex should be included in this ordinance. The Civic Center complex, which contains City Hall, the library, and the fire station number 1, is listed as a park in the Comprehensive Park System Master Plan due to the amount of publicly accessible landscaped areas such as the Mirror Pond, Pringle Creek, and Peace Plaza. The Civic Center complex is also a workplace for several hundred employees and is accessed by hundreds of visitors each day who use the courts, council chambers, permit centers, and library. Smoking is already prohibited in the Civic Center complex within 15 feet of building entrances and within the buildings themselves. At its March 10, 2011 meeting, the Salem Parks and Recreation Advisory Board recommended support for the proposed ordinance, including the Civic Center complex. However, at its April 14th meeting, the Parks Board voted to reconsider its previous recommendation and to instead support provision of one or more designated parking areas in the Civic Center complex. Staff reviewed that recommendation and determined it would cost thousands of dollars to provide covered smoking areas for all 3 of the buildings in the complex, and is therefore recommending that the Civic Center be excluded from the ordinance. Finally, Section C exempts persons traveling in a motor vehicle within a city park from the smoking prohibition. The justification for this is that smoking within a moving vehicle traveling on a park's driveways or in the parking areas is generally not affecting other park users. It may not be safe driving to smoke at the same time. as you're driving, but it doesn't provide the secondhand smoke that affects other park users. Under definitions, as I just mentioned, the definition of a smoking instrument means any cigar, cigarette pipe, or other smoking instrument. You will find other small, minor housekeeping revisions made to existing Chapter 94 by our legal staff. Section 3 talks about violations. Violation of this ordinance would be an infraction punishable by a fine of up to $250 per occurrence. Enforcement of this ordinance would be through the Salem Police Department, and I want to correct an error in the staff report. The staff report says that code compliance officers could also be used to enforce the ordinance. However, after the staff report was published, it came to our attention in Public Works that the code compliance officers are not currently sworn to uphold Chapter 94 of the code. However, proponents of the ordinance are hopeful that it will be largely self-enforcing through reminders from park staff, volunteers, and peer pressure from other parks patrons. Section 5 deals with an emergency clause. Staff recommends that if this ordinance is enacted, that it contain an emergency clause so that the ordinance would be in effect from the date of passage. This would allow the ordinance to be in effect prior to most of the large summer 2011 community events in the park system, such as the 4th of July celebration, Salem Art Fair, the Bite, and the Movies in the Park series. Without an emergency clause, you would be bifurcating some of these events possibly with a smoking ordinance. The purpose of enacting a smoking ordinance simply is 3 primary purposes. It would eliminate the occurrence of secondhand smoke around park patrons, especially children. It would reduce litter by eliminating cigarette butts, and could reduce the potential fire danger in parks from improperly snuffed cigars and cigarettes. Public involvement and notice, as previously mentioned, the Parks Board reviewed this proposal. The public hearing was noticed in the newspaper. There was an article in today's Statesman Journal. And beginning June 3rd, Parks operations staff placed signs within 12 of the largest, most heavily used parks in the system to notify people of this hearing. Implementation. Upon adoption of this ordinance, if passed, Parks operations staff will install no smoking in the park signs at each of the 82 city properties considered parks in the Park System Master Plan. The organizers of many of the larger community events have already been notified that this ordinance is pending before council and may be in effect for their event. Finally, staff would have to modify its facility reservation forms, parks brochures, city website, and other printed materials to reflect the new ordinance. And finally, staff recommends that City Council take public testimony this evening on Ordinance Bill number 19-11 and afterward determine whether to advance this bill to second reading for enactment. Staff recommends that second reading occur on June 27, 2011 with the emergency clause that would allow the ordinance to be effective immediately upon passage. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We have a number of people signed up to speak. We'll start with Ronnie, is it Ronnie Dennis?
Daniels.
Daniels, all right.
Here many times, you're fast.
Welcome. Please approach the podium, give your name and address, please, and you have 3 minutes to speak, and the amber light comes on at the end of 2 minutes, and the red light when your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Ronnie Daniels, 4632 Swiggle Road, Northeast. And I'm just addressing, it's been about 6 years, I think, Brad or Mr. Clem here, since I've been by this place. Yep. And I see that there's more civil since the last time I was here. But get to my main point. Number one, let's go to the facts here. Number one, why are you going to go through, when we have a budget deficit, we're trying to keep our budget balanced in a recessive economy, you're going to go through, you're going to bring to me, nanny state status. The city of Salem has turned a corner in the last 7 or 8 years from being a city that is willing to work with businesses. Now we're going to be notified like the San Francisco of the North? Give me a break. Number two, it's pretty hypocritical because I like to chew tobacco. I like going to rodeos. I like to take my time for my own self-pleasure, which is my choice and my will. Okay? The main point is this. You get tobacco money from this stuff, and you utilize various discretionary fundings from that tobacco funds for various events and everything. Number three, you have the soccer fields, the various other personal events. Some of those guys do smoke. They are taxpayers in this city. And at the same time, you're going to kick them in the head? Where are they going to go? Number 4, you want to learn a lesson from the recent smoking ban? We'll use Salem Hospital. Whether they dump their cigarette butts, where you catch them over there outside by the hot dog stand, you're not going to solve a problem on this irrelevancy. When we have indiscretionate funds at the present time, we need to concentrate on keeping our infrastructure going. Hopefully replace some water pipes downtown. Hopefully we can keep our police department dedicated, along with various other park services. But yet, we still want to go back on that old railroad track, back down to the past, and say, well, it sounds good that you're trying to restrict smoking and everything else, but I'm a taxpayer too. I should be able to enjoy my rights as a park if I'm a smoker. It'd be no different if you were to go through and say, go back 50, 60 years, Jim Crow type of attitudes. That's unacceptable. This city is named Salem. It's called a city of peace. It didn't say city of socialist order. And the last point I would like to make is that I hope and I respectfully request that if you're going to make any changes on smoking, I can see like what you're going to do when you have the big events at the Bite. You get people coming from a lot of countries, a lot of cities, and they may not know city laws. You're going to waste the money and time to enforce this when we need to take the money and fight the crime, keep our infrastructure, patch some roads that have potholes and cracks, maybe. To me, it's irrelevant. I feel like you wasted the staff's and the taxpayers' time on the basis that, you got workers, y'all got the hardest job in the world. I remember 2002, this city was $8 million in a hole, and he was talking cuts. It's nice to see a surplus once in a while.
Excuse me, Mr. Daniels, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. Are there questions for Mr. Daniels? All right, thank you very much. Next person on our list is Melinda Yost.
Hello, my name is Melinda Yost, and I reside in Ward 5. I am here to urge you to enact this staff recommendation and ban smoking in our city parks. We already have many ordinances that restrict people's decisions, choices, and behaviors in our parks, and smoking is just one of them that, to be honest with you, it very much offends me when I have to go into my city parks and fight my way through a crowd of smoke to go and enjoy a fair. I don't feel that I need to breathe in somebody else's toxic fumes. There are many people, I live with a disability myself and have for all my life, and there are many people that do not have the option physically to go up into the mountains and breathe some fresh air or see the wildlife that you can see down at our beautiful riverfront park, the nesting herons, the osprey diving for fish. They depend upon handicap accessible areas to go and see those beautiful treasures we have. And they do not need, if they can breathe very well to begin with, to have to breathe in that kind of crud. Many times I have had to leave events at my city parks because I get there and I set up a little place and somebody next to me's smoke keeps coming my way, and so I try and move somewhere or somewhere else, and the problem is the same. And I don't see that somebody else's choice should be something that I have to live with in my parks. It's not a right, it's a choice, and it shouldn't be, their choice should not be inflicted upon me. Any questions? Councilor Nanke?
Along a similar vein, you could be sitting next to someone who likes to swear like there's no tomorrow, and there could be several of those people. Do we ban poor language or spitting or other things as well?
If they start spitting on me, yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I don't think
We
they'd
have
be
leash
spitting
laws.
on you. We do, that are never
Yeah.
enforced.
Well, I'm sorry, but they should be. If we have them, they should be
That
damn
if we
well
have
be
a law, we
enforced.
should have it
We have
enforced.
noise ordinances, as we have talked about earlier.
True.
If someone is playing their music too dang loud next to me, then it's their choice to be playing it, but they can't do that. If I can't be there and enjoy.
Thanks.
Because I want to maybe be able to hear when I get to be 70-some years old.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a note that according to the number of people that have signed up, we have approximately an hour of testimony ahead of us. So I would ask everyone to kind of watch coming up to the podium and we'll try to speed this along. And I'm going to call a couple of names at a time so people can be ready. Dan Motley and then Greg Terhune. Yes, go ahead.
My name is Dan Motley. I'm a resident of Ward 6. I am not a smoker, at least not for the last 14 years. I was for the about 30 years before that. On the 2.5 and 3 packs a day, I managed to quit. However, I'm not here in support of this ordinance at all. I consider it a nanny ordinance and that of the mothering state, if you will. However, since I believe this ordinance will probably be passed anyway, despite my desires, I would ask that you then amend the ordinance to include barbecue grills that run on chunk wood and charcoal. Those instruments are considerably more dangerous than cigarettes. They start fires more easily when they're dropped on the ground. The smoke is carbon monoxide rather than carbon dioxide, which is considerably deadlier to human beings and other mammalian life forms. But both briquettes and lump charcoal create air pollution. Lump charcoal is made from charred wood to add flavor. It also contributes to deforestation, adds to greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Charcoal briquettes are made in part from sawdust, but they also contain coal dust, starch, sodium nitrate, limestone, and borax. When the fat from meat hits charcoal briquettes or chunk wood briquettes, it creates chemicals that are carcinogenic. One is called polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. Another is heterocyclic amines. Both of those are deadly to us all, and there's no reason that we have to put up smelling the smoke of these deadly gases passing around our parks from people who simply elect to have barbecues rather than cooking their food at home and bringing it to the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Motley? All right, thank you very much. Greg Terhune, and then after that, Amanda Lynch and Emily Dumayer. Okay.
My name is Greg Terhune. I'm in the 8th Ward, and thank you for hearing me out this evening. I, as is my wife, neither one of us are smokers, never been smokers. We were both raised in families where both parents smoked, and eventually we were able to leave those homes. However, don't do this. We use Salem parks all the time. We have a dog, we walk it. We used to walk our children, who are now grown and gone, and they used to come and play at the parks. We would go to all of the different parks. Yes, there were smokers. Yes, sometimes we might have to move a few feet away or something to go sit someplace else. There have been times I've asked people, would you mind moving? You know, we were here first. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. We move if they don't. It's a matter of courtesies. So many of the things that we do in the parks are matters of courtesies. We clean up after our dog as much as we can. We try to get the smear of poop that's left after we've cleaned it up out too. But we don't always do that, and some kid's gonna wind up walking through it. I've gotten hit in the back with Frisbees. I just saw 4 girls just about get run over by some guys playing football the other day. What are we gonna do? He took my thunder away about the barbecues. I mean, where are we going with all of this? Something I do want to say, as far as a fact about this smoking thing, and about our driving, the cost of gas, and everything else that's going on, I've downloaded some statistics. There's a Gallup poll that was taken a couple years ago. 450,000 respondents. And of those respondents, what they were asking, they were talking about low income or income in relation to smokers, education in relation to smokers. And one of the things that they said is, looking at smoking by income data, is that slightly more than half of today's smokers, 53%, earn less than $36,000 a year. Do you know who you're going to be penalizing the most? The people who can't afford to drive somewhere else, and they want to take their kids to a public park, but both parents smoke, and they're not going to take their kids. So now you're going to have them sitting at home eating hamburgers, something else that they probably shouldn't be doing. Probably need to regulate that too. And if you're going to do it in the parks, why don't you do it in their homes? Stop. Please don't do this. Just because other cities have done this doesn't mean that Salem needs to follow suit. Keep our parks friendly to all of the citizens. We can work this out in a different way. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Councillor Dickey.
Thanks for coming down and waiting for so long. I know it's been a long night for everybody who's been waiting. The question I would have for you is, like you said, if you go to a park and somebody's smoking, you may ask them to move, or you may move yourself. How do you see a child doing that? Do you think that's appropriate for a child to go up to an adult and say, "I'm sorry, your smoke bothers me, could you move?" I mean, I was always taught that as a child you don't correct adults or ask them to change their behavior.
No, yeah, but now we let children say all kinds of things to adults, don't we? No, I will answer the question. The answer to the question is, now, unlike when I was a kid, we went to the parks all by ourselves. And it might be a mile away when I lived in Portland, and we didn't have our parents with us. Now, parents or grandparents, uncles or aunts, some adult, more often than not, is with the kids. And so, no, the kid doesn't have to. The adult that's with the kid can go up and ask them. And it is a matter of civility. Let's teach civility. Let's not go and try to create a bunch of rules that it appears you can't even enforce anyway, given the statutes and the ordinance and the way that the code's written for the park people. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you very much. How are we doing on our 30-minute extension? Who's keeping time?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. My name is Amanda Lynch, and I reside at 1915 Maple Avenue. And I'm here tonight representing myself as a citizen of Salem, but also as the program coordinator for the Community Action Drug Prevention Network. And that's a community organization that works to prevent the use and abuse of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs among youth and adults. As a citizen and on behalf of my program, I encourage you to please vote in support of smoke-free parks. I have the pleasure of working with teens, these student leaders at our local high schools. And a few of them you've actually seen here at the City Council meetings recently. They accepted the proclamation for Drug and Alcohol Awareness Week. They also came to talk to you about the fundraiser that they were doing for our sister city in Japan. And unfortunately, especially because it's so late now, they weren't able to come tonight to express their opinions. They are preparing for their final exams tonight. But I did want to share their opinions with you. These student leaders definitely support the smoke-free parks. And they're really passionate about this, which I think is definitely important to note. One of my students shared a story. She goes to McKay High School, and she said that when she babysits her 2-year-old niece, she no longer takes her to the park, specifically because she doesn't want to be exposed to secondhand smoke, and she doesn't want her niece to be exposed to secondhand smoke. Clearly, she's had negative experiences with this to the point where she no longer goes to the park specifically for that reason. And I just think it's really sad that our parks especially because they're maintained by taxpayer dollars, they're not being used to full capacity because people don't want to be exposed to secondhand smoke. And I don't really need to explain the fact that smoking's not good for you. I think that's a pretty clear message. And this message is that we need to be hearing is that secondhand smoke is dangerous, especially for young children. It has an increased risk of ear and upper respiratory infections. It negatively affects development, and it can also worsen asthma. Not surprisingly, these young children are also the primary visitors to our parks. And I don't really know how the city can say that they're providing a safe place for these children to play if they're allowing them to be exposed to secondhand smoke. Finally, I just want to remind the City Council that this isn't a ban against smokers. We're not taking away the right to smoke. What this ordinance does is simply ask that the City Council approve that we give the residents of Salem the right to breathe clean air and be protected from cancer-causing chemicals. So I'd like to thank you for your time. On behalf of the Community Action Drug Prevention Network, I ask you to please vote in support of smoke-free city parks.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Councillor Clausen.
So I'm not a smoker myself. I don't know much about this. I assume that there's got to be concentration levels that smoke is dangerous for somebody. Do you happen to know that?
Yes. So the U.S. Surgeon General has issued a statement that there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke. It is definitely not risk-free by any means. And that doesn't just mean inside, that includes outdoor exposure as well. And I think the measurements are up to 23 feet that the cancer-causing chemicals are detected. So just something to kind of take into consideration that yes, even though it's outside, that doesn't mean all of the cancer-causing chemicals magically go away.
All right. I would ask people to please refrain from voicing their opinion one way or another through that type of demonstration. So we'll move right on. Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming tonight. All right, our next person, Emily, and then after that, Colleen Herman Francian and Susan Miller. Okay.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Emily DeHare, and I'm the Program Coordinator for the Marion County Tobacco Prevention and Education Program. I'm here this evening to discuss the facts about implementing a smoke-free park ordinance in Salem. As the Surgeon General has stated, there is no safe level of secondhand smoke. Research shows that secondhand smoke can negatively impact individuals inside and outside. Although secondhand smoke can dissipate more rapidly outside, studies have shown that outdoor tobacco smoke levels can often be as high as secondhand smoke indoors. A study from Stanford University found that 1 to 2 people smoking at an outdoor location produces dense secondhand smoke up to 23 feet from the source. This demonstrates that the secondhand smoke can concentrate to unhealthy and unsafe levels outdoors as well. A smoke-free parks ordinance may protect the health of children and families by not allowing smoking in park areas where secondhand smoke can negatively impact other people. An ordinance relieves the responsibility of an individual to pick a place that is away from other people when they smoke. Without such an ordinance, it is common to see smoking in areas where children play. We recently collected cigarette butts at Bush, Riverfront, and Wallace Marine Parks in Salem. We collected a cigarette butt pickup to see which areas were most affected by litter and to see what level of debris was present in parks. This container shows only half of the cigarette butts that were collected in 2 hours. Most of the cigarette butts, lighters, and packs were collected near family picnic table areas, benches along pathways, and on the perimeter of playground equipment. As you may know, more than 20 cities and counties across Oregon have developed either a smoke-free or tobacco-free park policy. Information was collected through one-on-one interviews with each location who adopted the policy. Of those 20, 18 have reported high compliance, very few complaints, and overall policy success. When asked if there was a decline in park use due to the ordinance, every single response said no decline in park usage. Evidence from the interviews showed that the park policy was well received by 10 communities. The other 10 reported few complaints but generally fine, and 1 reported the ordinance was negatively received by the community. no one reported the ordinance was negatively received. If this ordinance is adopted by City Council before June 24th, the Marion County TPEP program can provide funding for all signage. After June 30th, it's reduced to $500 for signage costs. I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Are there questions from council? Councillor Nanki.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Children would visit City Hall, and it's currently exempt even though it's classified as a park. Would you support no smoking on the Civic Center property?
Our goal is to protect all citizens of Marion County. The Parks Board has recommended that, so that's, I think, what the decision is based on the ordinance. So I'll leave it at that.
So you wouldn't answer whether or not you would support banning smoking on all public right-of-ways, which is all sidewalks, streets as well?
The ordinance isn't for public right-of-ways.
Correct.
It's specific for city parks.
I'm just asking kind of where you're coming from based on the facts and figures you gave.
Yep.
If you can never be...
The facts and figures that I gave are specific to parks, especially the findings that we found in the interviews with other cities. We didn't ask for public right-of-ways because they're specifically that. They're public right-of-ways and they weren't included in the ordinances. I believe some of the ordinances included parking lots. The rest, though, that's what my figures have been based off of for parks.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We're at our time limit. Councillor
We're
Bennett?
actually past.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to extend another half hour.
All right, is there a second? It's been moved by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Dickey to extend for another half an hour. Is there discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
No votes by Councillor Thomas, Councillor Kloss, Councillor Cannon, and Councillor Clem. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
30 minutes. Should get us through testimony. Stop there.
All right. Susan Miller is next.
It's
Did I
late.
miss somebody? Okay.
I
Good
love
evening.
the parks, but I want to say this. I'm concerned about businesses who ban smoking on their properties, which are next to parks. Their employees and clients use the park as a smoking area. I feel it is not the responsibility of parks to serve as an organized smoking area. Whatever your decision on this smoking ban ordinance, I feel that this situation should be addressed. Thank you.
Are there questions for Ms. Miller? All right, thank you very much for coming down and for staying so long. Kathleen O'Daniels, and then after her, John Miller, and then Betsy Belshaw. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, councilors.
Please state your name and your address.
Oh, yes. Okay. I'm pooped, and I really have to hand it to you guys to be doing this week after week because I'm, just going through this whole thing. I just have an ocean of admiration for you now, I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is Kathleen O'Daniels, and I live at 355 Harney Street South in Salem, and I've lived here 3 years. I've heard a lot of important things tonight about secondhand smoke and how it affects families in Salem, but I want to give a slightly different perspective, and that is how smokers provide the advertising to the tobacco industry to children. And I think that what an important aspect of this proposed ordinance is how we model behavior to kids. And I want to suggest also that this is really about kids, not much more than what we as adults would like to do at the parks. The tobacco industry has a special term for kids. They're replacement smokers. So many people die and quit smoking every day that they need a new generation of smokers, and those are the kids. So what kind of images are we presenting to kids when we smoke anywhere. We've banned ads that are directed at children. And I think in the past 20 years, we've seen less and less advertising. We even have restrictions against tobacco advertising in stores right across from schools. So it's been recognized that tobacco advertising has an impact on children. So now we, in fact, those of us who choose to smoke, are the advertising of tobacco use to children. Tobacco prevention needs to be comprehensive. It needs to be everywhere in terms of banning smoking. And I know I'm taking a strong position, but I'm here to talk about children and their natural curiosity and whether or not they're going to pick up a cigarette to express that curiosity as they reach their teen years. Pardon me, and even before. If it's okay to smoke in some places, then it's okay to smoke. And believe me, kids are so quick to pick up on any of the contradictions of the rules that we give them. There's certainly safety issues with regard to children. The butts, I love that. Look at the behaviors in parks that children are involved in on the ground. Can anybody here move quick enough to keep a toddler from grabbing a butt and putting it in her mouth before they do it? I think that'd be pretty hard. Older kids pick up butts in public places.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Oh, okay.
Are there any questions for Ms. O'Daniels? Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming and waiting so long to speak. John Miller? Is he still here? Betsy Belshaw? And then Joshua Peterson and Bruce Elliott after that.
Betsy Belshaw, Ward 8.
Thank you.
I'm here to support this. I have a personal story to tell. I have climbed mountains and backpacked and been outside and do that as much as I can. About a year and a half ago, I found I could no longer go uphill very well. I thought it was my age. I found I have respiratory disease from secondhand smoke. Now, I don't care if you guys smoke, you can do it. I have no problem with that. But when you affect my lifestyle by your smoking, I resent it. Okay, so I patrol Minto Brown Park, I find cigarette butts, and I have smokers out there because they don't want to smoke other places, they come to the park. They throw their cigarette butts and their smoke at me and the children. That's a very busy park. And I'm tired of getting other smoke, and I'm tired of what it's done to my lifestyle. So we have now turned the parks into smoking places, that lady's right. But I don't see why are we excluding automobiles? I'm out there patrolling and people open their windows and ask me and whoosh, I get all the smoke. So I don't know why we're excluding automobiles, and I don't know why we're excluding this area, which ought to be a sample of what's good for Salem. Why are you eliminating this area? I don't understand that either. So I've said my piece, but please remember there are other people in the world. If you want to smoke, fine. That's your funeral, and it probably will be, but don't affect my lifestyle, okay?
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Belshaw? Thank you so much for coming, and appreciate you waiting so long in the evening. Okay. Joshua Peterson, Bruce Elliott.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Joshua Peterson, and I'm from Ward 2, which is not necessarily represented right now. But I don't smoke. As a matter of fact, I'm an asthmatic. Do I have a problem with this ordinance? Yes, I do. I feel that it affects our civil liberties. It's just another step towards completely wiping out any freedoms that we have. Everybody's going to be offended by something, okay? Now, I'm going to be offended maybe by the tie that Councilor Bennett chose to wear tonight. Maybe I don't like that color. Do I make him leave? No, it's my problem. I step aside. The public parks are just that, public. They are for everyone to use. Whether you smoke, or having a barbecue, well, obviously you can't drink a beer in a public park, but exactly. Exactly. They are for everyone to use. They are paid for by public funds. My tax dollars go to help preserve the parks. If I want to smoke in that park, I should be allowed to. Smokers have already been pushed out of the indoors, out of restaurants, because circulation wasn't good enough, out of bars, out of the inside of bars, where smoking and drinking, if you're a smoker, basically go hand in hand. Smokers have been pushed to the outside, and now they're outside and they're being told it's still not good enough. Why ban smoking in one area? Why not just ban smoking altogether? That's the next step. I understand that the kids are going to get ideas from adults. They're going to see me, my son's going to see me drinking a beer, and he's going to think, wow, maybe I want to try that. It's my job as a parent to tell him, no, you wait till you're legal. Or in a controlled environment such as my home, to give him that experience and to teach him. We're going to offend, in closing, we're going to offend everybody no matter what we do. And to ban this, I think is wrong, and it should be, you should not consider this motion, this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Peterson? Yes, Councillor Dickey?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and again, thanks for coming down. I know it's been a long night. Yeah, first of all, I'm curious to know, do you believe that secondhand smoke does cause health effects, for a person who's not smoking if they breathe it?
I believe it can. I'm affected by secondhand smoke. As an asthmatic, I'm affected by secondhand smoke in the clothing of my fiancée. She's a smoker. I make her go outside of my home, but I can smell it, and it's an issue. What do? I tell her either A, you have to take your coat off, which has got the smoke in it, or there's something needs to be done, because it is in a enclosed area such as my house.
Yes, Councillor Dickey?
Yeah, just to follow up, I'm going to ask you what I asked the other gentleman. Do you think it's appropriate for a child to ask an adult to move? Like if a child's on a playground and an adult smoke is bothering them, do you think that is appropriate for a child to do that?
I believe that the child should understand what I just said. We're all going to be affected and offended by somebody, and to tell them that what you're doing is offensive to me and you need to stop, I don't believe is the right solution.
Thank you. Councillor Nanke, you have a question for Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for coming down tonight.
Thank you for
Not
staying,
being
sir.
an asthmatic or really know how and what things can affect you, is there any difference if you're walking down the sidewalk in a park and somebody has just exhaled and you inhale some of that secondhand smoke versus you're walking through the park, the wind shifts, and any other kind of smoke from a barbecue, or if you're out camping? Right.
Correct.
All smoke is the same, and even non-smoke items as well?
Basically, yes. Anything could really affect it, any type of smoke. My level of asthma that I have is not as severe as somebody that has chronic bronchitis or emphysema or whatnot, but any type of smoke, be it from a burning fireplace or a charcoal barbecue, any type of smoke can affect it. It's my job as the person with the problem to work around that. I'm not going to go running into a burning building if I know that the smoke is going to affect me. It's my job to take care of my body by doing what I need to do to not put myself in that situation.
One more follow-up, if I may. Is it a particulate-based issue then? Like if I'm blowing clay dust off of my driveway with a weed blower or leaf blower, similar in dust?
As far as dust, yes, it could be dust as well. I mean, really, for a person with lung problems, just about anything that is not oxygen can trigger any kind of an issue. And it's my responsibility to take care of it. It's not someone else's to have an inhaler there for me to help me take care of my situation. It is my problem, it is my issue, and it is myself, that is responsible, not someone else.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience tonight.
Thank you for your time.
Certainly. All right. Is Bruce Elliott here? If not, Laura Million, and then Dale Whites. I apologize if I'm pronouncing names incorrectly.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Laura Million, and I live in Ward 2. I ask that the council not pass Ordinance Bill 1911 that would prohibit smoking in city parks. Smoking is legal in Salem, and many smokers are hardworking, tax-paying citizens who have helped build and maintain our park systems. They have the right to use and enjoy the parks just as much as a non-smoker like myself. Next, will you eliminate all latex balloons and nut products because of the life-threatening health hazard they pose to people with allergies? Will you then eliminate all food and drink to help reduce park litter? Perhaps stop all barbecuing with briquettes because they release carcinogens, or prohibit Twinkies and other snacks that have no nutritional value and contribute to childhood obesity. Should we also eliminate dogs from parks because someone might have a dander allergy? Or perhaps we could get rid of those plastic doggy poop bags that are harmful to the environment. I could go on, but I think you get the point. We must stop the stripping away of personal freedoms. I say we do a little backward thinking and move to get the government off our throats.
Thank you. Are there questions? Councillor Dickey.
Thanks. Again, thanks for coming down. I'm just going to ask the same question. Then, if a child is bothered by an adult cigarette smoke, do you think it's appropriate for that child to approach that adult and ask them to move? Because maybe, it's a child on the playground, maybe they have asthma, they're affected by it. How should a child handle that?
What age group are you talking to?
A minor child, anyone under the age of 18 who is in the park, maybe doesn't have an adult, maybe it's a teenager who's babysitting.
Yeah.
Is that appropriate for them to go to an adult who they are told to respect? It's their elder. How should they handle that?
First off, I am the mother of 3 children. I would never have left my children alone in a park under the age of 10. So I would have been there to deal with that. Anybody older than that? Yes. I think that a child should be taught that they need to stand up for themselves. It is their individual responsibility to speak up. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Is Dale Wentz here? All right, thank you. Sherry Cartwright, and then Linda Byerly.
Good evening, I'm back. Right microphone this time. Sherry Cartwright, Ward 8. I would like to go with what Laura's saying. This is an individual freedom. I am a smoker. I am a very considerate smoker. I leave no cigarette butts on the ground. I step away from people. If someone comes into the vicinity that I am standing in, when I've stepped out to the outside edge, way away from everyone else, if someone else comes up, I ask them, does this bother you? And if someone will ask me politely, I will absolutely put it out. To answer your question, I would welcome a child. I mean, number one, I'm going to step away from a child. I'm not going to do that. But if it was around a bush and I didn't see them there and they said, this was bothering me, would you mind? Absolutely. I'd put it out. But I don't think we need a law to do that, and an unenforceable law. And again, what Laura was saying, what else are we going to ban? Are we going to ban children? Because I don't have children. I don't like the noise and the screaming and the yelling. Are we going to ban children that are in diapers? Because that's toxic waste. Are we going to ban picnicking in our parks because of the litter? Now, I've gone outside several times and smoked. You will not find one of my cigarette butts on the ground. However, there's gum stuck on the railing out here, right in the center of it. Are we going to ban gum? I mean, it's just, the citizens of the U.S. govern themselves. We're a polite society, and our laws are getting just out of control. So I would ask that the council not vote to adopt this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? All right, moving along. Linda Byerly is here, and then Linda Agan and Paul Jarvis. Jarvis, all right. Ms. Byerly, welcome.
Thank you so much. Linda Beerley, 2308 Ptarmigan Street Northwest, Councilor Clem's ward.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and talk tonight. And thank you, Councilor Dickey, for bringing this ordinance forward. I'm wearing this classy shirt because I attended, my family participated in the half marathon up in Helvetia, which is a Hillsborough City Park. About 5,000 people attend this event. It's huge. And there aren't any smoking police, and there weren't any smokers. They have these signs when you enter the facility that just say that Hillsborough's parks and facilities are smoke/tobacco-free zones. And people, I mean, they were apparently fine with that. We didn't see anybody smoking, and like I said, there weren't any smoking cops. I think that the problem with cigarette smoke is that it doesn't stay in one place, and I think it's the reason why eventually restaurants had to abandon the concept of designated smoking areas, because the smoke doesn't know how to stay in one place. And cigarette smoke is not just annoying, it's dangerous. And I think that this ordinance makes our parks safer, it makes a healthier place, and it definitely will contribute to the livability of the city. And I ask that you support this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Beerley? Am I saying your name correctly?
You are. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Could I just add one thing?
Yes.
You know, if somebody absolutely can't get along without nicotine for a little while they're taking a grandchild or a child to the park, you know, there's the patch and there's the gum. There's other ways to deliver that drug besides smoking. So somebody that, you know, is really addicted to tobacco, there are alternatives that are smoke-free. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there questions? All right. Next. Hello.
Madam Mayor, Council, I'm Linda Agan. That's right.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you for your time. My name's Linda Agan. I live at 2151 Mousebird Avenue Northwest in Mr. Clem's ward. This all comes back, in my opinion, to I don't want one more law. I don't want one more ordinance that tells me what to do or not to do. There's enough things. There's always consequences for our actions. I eat too much, it's evident. But is it going to come to where somebody can say, you need liposuction, so you need to have it done now? Where do we draw the line? For somebody losing their hair, I'm sorry, you have to have hair plugs because you're offending me. I don't want to look at that. The color blue, I don't like blue. I'm sorry, you can't wear blue anymore. Smoking, I understand. I don't smoke. My husband smoked until he had to have a 5-way bypass done. And the doctor said, are you going to quit smoking and I'll do the surgery? Because if you're not going to quit smoking, I'm going to spend my time on somebody else. And he quit smoking and he hasn't smoked since. But still, we have rights. Isn't this America, land of the free, home of the brave? What have we turned into where we're not being accountable for our own actions? We're looking to somebody else to guard us? I agree with what Linda said with the brochures or the signs saying, this is a smoke-free place. Can't we have something that says, please be mindful, pick up your butts, whatever's necessary? But to have one more law? I don't need one more law. I don't think I can stand one more law that tells us what we can and can't do. We're being charged for everything. We're being charged now for the rain. Are we going to be charged for the sunshine? Where does it all stop?
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Councillor Dickey?
Thanks again for staying so late. Yeah, I guess I would just ask you, kind of using your example, then would you say that someone being exposed to secondhand smoke is the same as you're sitting next to someone whose shirt color you don't like? I mean, would you say that's the same level of health risk?
No, it's not.
So how would you say someone should deal with that, especially if they're a child?
I had to live with secondhand smoke for 25 years. And if you're a child, listen to how children speak. They're not being respectful. Maybe you've taught your kids to be respectful. I taught my kids to be nice. I was taught, I believe, to be nice, to be respectful. And I actually taught my kids, be nice, have a good time, talk to strangers, don't spit on anybody, and be nice. That's what I told my kids when they headed out the door and their friends. Children nowadays, if you listen to what they're saying, they don't have respect for adults. If some adult is smoking and blowing it towards them and they don't like it, they're going to be saying it. I've heard it. And we get some younger kids that don't pay attention to kids, and they're smoking around them. But that, again, comes down to talking with each other, listening. No more laws that tell us what we can do and can't do.
Thank you very much. Paul, did you say your last name is?
Jaudes.
How do you spell your name, please?
Jaudes.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Paul Jaudes. I live at 850 E Street Northeast here in Salem. First, I'm going to read a statement from Ted Campbell. He can't be here tonight, unfortunately. He wanted to be, and he asked me to read a statement.
Madam Mayor, if I may, point of order, we're at time. If we could vote and then have the speaker's time reset.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Bennett?
Madam Mayor, I move 15 more minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Bennett and seconded by Councillor Nanke to extend the meeting for 15 more minutes. Is there a discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, nay votes registered by Councillor Thomas and Councillor Cannon and Councillor Clem. Thank you. Extension will continue, and please reset. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Ted Campbell lives over in West Salem, but this could affect him also. My name is Ted Campbell, and I am sorry that I cannot be with you tonight, but I have other obligations. I have asked that this be read by me so that it is on record. I am opposed to the no smoking proposal that is before the council tonight. 1, the smokers pay taxes that build and support the parks. They have as much rights as anyone else to use the park. If you pass this law, then they should get a credit on their city taxes because they cannot use the parks. 2, this bill is almost impossible to enforce. 3, how about no plastic diapers disposed of in the park? That is messy and fills the landfills. 4, no liquid of any type because it may be messy and offensive to someone. You make a lot of money off renting the parks out for special events, and people come to them now, but if they cannot smoke while looking at cars or eating food at the food fairs that are held there, do you think they will still come? The waterfront park was built almost entirely by volunteer labor, and I wonder how many of them smoked. The Globe was built by all volunteer, and many of them smoked, as did those who built the carousel. You rent the ballparks, and teams play there, and people go to watch, and they smoke, and vendors make money, as does the city. But you will slowly lose that income also. It would be better if you didn't point the gun at your foot and shoot the city in the foot. Try to think before you drive more income from the city because you want to support some friend. If you must do this, put it on the ballot and see what people want. That would be a novel idea, don't you think? This is being read for me as the Polk County Chair for AFP. Now, what would you do if someone started to grow their own tobacco and roll their own smoking products? Just think, no tax coming in to support pet projects, and tobacco will grow well here. If anyone is interested, see me. I have the web address to get information on how to get that started. That's from Ted Campbell. A couple of comments. I think if you do this, cell phones should be banned also, because the radiation has shown to cause cancer. They disturb others with loud conversations, and people using them don't pay attention, and they cause accidents. Ban bicycles and skateboards, because they have danger of running into people. Ban barbecues, as we've already heard. Ban dogs. They're loud, obnoxious, dangerous, and they're at risk of disease. Ban cats. They leave their droppings in the playgrounds that the children have.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry you are out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Maggie Tassar? Did I say that right? Hello. Maggie, you received the award tonight for endurance. You're the last person to testify, I think, on this particular item. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Maggie Tarcia, and I'm in Ward 5. There's a comment that the last guy just said. It was about diapers.
Can you speak up there?
And I have another comment. A child it's okay for them to fill their diaper, but is that child allowed in the pool, in a public pool? I don't think so. Also, we're not asking anyone not to, I mean, everybody's still allowed in parks. We're just not real happy about the people that are smoking in the parks. So there's no rights being taken away. It's just within reason. So also, is that better? Well, and also barbecues in the park, those are stationary and you can move away from them, whereas cigarettes you can't really. And I'd like to answer that child question is that minors aren't supposed to go up to strangers and ask them anything. They're supposed to refrain from speaking to strangers. But what it really amounts to is that when people, it's a huge number of people that have a problem with smoking, and there's a huge number of people that do smoke. But the people that do smoke, I know there are people that that are polite and courteous, but there's a huge number that aren't, and I'll give you an example. I have some neighbors that sit on their front porch and flick them all onto the sidewalk in front of their house, and before they will pick them up, compliance services has to come by and tell them to remove them. There's a clinic up the street that can't smoke, so all the staff goes over to the post office and smokes all their cigarettes and leaves piles of cigarette butts everywhere, and people are walking through there, and they're just dumping their problem on everybody else. But the problem is that when it gets out of control, that's what laws are for. And that's why we need this law.
Thank you very much. Are there questions?
All right, thank you for coming down and for waiting so long. All right, is there anyone else in the audience that wanted to testify this evening and didn't sign up? All right. Counselor Dickey? Oh, wait a moment. Are there questions for staff?
Yeah, lots of them.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
We're 5 minutes away from adjournment. I would move to adjourn, and we'll talk about this later.
Second.
All right, it's been, yes, Counselor Cannon?
Oh, you go through, I'll
All right, it's been Counselor Bennett, it's been moved by Counselor Bennett and seconded by Counselor Dickey that we would adjourn and discuss this issue
some other time.
And another time.
Well,
all right.
if you adjourn, this will be where you'll pick it up at the next meeting.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever, some other time. I don't care when, just not tonight. I want to go.
Then would we also be adjourning and not attending to agenda item 10? We have someone signed up for that also.
It's a second reading?
Kent.
No, Ted, there's somebody who wants to make public comment on something that's not on our agenda at all.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Is Dan Reed still here? He's
let
still
Dan-
here.
Madam
I
Mayor, do we
believe,
close the hearing?
let's see, wait a moment. Excuse me, Counselor Cannon had his hand up.
I would offer a supplemental motion to continue this to the first regularly scheduled meeting in July.
Second.
Speaking to my motion, I will not be here next week or the next council session. I'm afraid this is going to be a split vote. That's my sense right now, and I think we need all councilors present for that vote.
Yep. The nice roll call vote of done it.
All right, then is that it? That is a substitute motion,
That is correct, ma'am.
and I didn't catch who seconded that.
I did.
Counselor
Counselor
Bennett.
Bennett.
Thank you. All right. Then do we vote on the substitute
Yep.
motion
Yes, you
first?
vote.
Okay. So it's been moved by Counselor Cannon and seconded by Counselor Bennett that we would continue this hearing to the first meeting in July. Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Continue
Aye.
the
Aye.
hearing.
I'm sorry.
Continue the hearing.
Yes.
Just the hearing, right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, you still have 7 minutes.
Yes, we can
Okay.
do the 2 ordinance bills and
All
public
right.
testimony. Let's get it done.
Mr. Reed.
All right, we will move on to the ordinance bills. All right.
Okay.
Would the recorder please entertain the, excuse me,
Ordinance Bill Number 1711 relating to land use applications amending SRC 300.720, 300.1100, and 300.1110. Counselor Bennett?
Aye.
Counselor Tesler is absent. Counselor Nanki?
Aye.
Counselor Clausen?
Aye.
Counselor Dickey? Aye. Counselor Thomas? Aye. Counselor Cannon? Aye. Counselor Clem? Aye. Mayor Peterson?
aye.
Ordinance Bill Number 2111 relating to leaves of absence on boards or commissions for members of the Uniformed Services and declaring an emergency. Counselor Bennett?
Aye.
Counselor Tesler is absent. Counselor Nanki?
Resounding aye.
Counselor Clausen? Aye. Counselor Dickey? Aye. Counselor Thomas? Aye. Counselor Cannon? Aye. Counselor Clem? Aye. Mayor Peterson?
Aye. All right, thank you. We'll now have public comment, and there is one person signed up, Mr. Reed. Dan Reed, would you please come to the podium, introduce yourself, and tell us what your address is or your ward?
Madam Mayor, remaining councilors, thank you for hanging on so long. Dan Reed, Ward 3. Unlike lots created as part of a subdivision, there is no requirement to provide for a sidewalk in partition lots. Accordingly, there are many houses in Salem on lots without sidewalks, even though sidewalks exist on both sides of the property and across the street. When the city decides sidewalks must be installed, it then becomes the city's responsibility to pay for them. That means people like you and me. I already paid for sidewalks when I purchased my house. Like all costs for that property, it was included in the purchase price. So I take exception to paying for someone else's sidewalks. When I considered buying property in another town, I was told up front, if I purchase the property, I'm going to have to pay for the sidewalks. Prospective owners of partition lots in Salem should have the same requirement. If the city is not ready for sidewalk installation at that time, there are ways of assuring the requirement stays with the lot owner until the time the city deems sidewalks are necessary. Simply stated, when one buys property, the buyer should be required to pay for the sidewalks, sooner or later. The current system is unfair and it needs to be changed.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Reed? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
What's his name?
And then Councillor Nanki.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand what you're testifying to. I'm just wondering if we could have an information report at some future date that explains how we handle partition lots and installation of sidewalks. I think that would help us take on this issue.
Certainly.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Could you include flag lots in that, too?
Yeah.
Thank you. Great.
All right, Councillor Nanki.
Thanks for coming down, Thanks for coming down, Dan. And I know that, we've talked through emails with staff previously as well, and some criteria are based on the percentage of sidewalk. Some property owners actually pay into a fund in lieu of that, then that money is held onto. I think Councillor Bennett's motion to have, or suggestion to have a staff report come out to where we lay that all out is probably a good idea, and then we can sit down and talk about it as well and figure out what we do and don't like about
I
it.
appreciate that, and thanks for recognizing me earlier. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming down and waiting so long. Councillor Clausen?
I'm interested in this as well. We've got some areas in South Salem Ward 4 that there are partitions, and it's just seems patently unfair that you've got sidewalks on both sides of the street and leading up to and following a partition, and you don't have sidewalks to continue on. And it's difficult when I'm pushing my stroller with my 11-month-old to have to cross the street in the middle of a street somewhere random. So I agree, and I'd like to hear why we do that too.
Good. All right, Councillor Nanki?
Yeah, just that brings up the point, now that we've given sidewalk maintenance back to the property owner, then the person with a sidewalk now has a financial encumbrance that the person without a sidewalk will never have, because they don't have to repair that when it wears out. So.
All right. The next agenda item would be new business, and there are no mayor's items or councilor's items. And if, I'm sure. And if there's no further items to discuss, we are adjourned.